Good morning everyone, and welcome to this second day of our panel of the 4UniverCity Futures Workshop. And this panel is dedicated to the presentation and the discussion of research and projects ongoing and currently underway by the 4 universities with the references of the different enterprises. But before starting, I'd like to invite our Magnifica Rettrice and Giovanna Iannantuoni and for greetings of the party. Thank you very much, Professor Giovanna Iannantuoni.
Thank you, Matteo, and I'm very happy to be here. You know, this is my fourth day in the Italian pavilion, so I'm, the senior person here because I know every corner. But it was really great experience. Tomorrow I will come back to Milan and I will tell about, first of all, how beautiful is Osaka, how friendly are our Japanese colleagues, and how these days represent a tremendous opportunity to start over a program, a project of common innovation. We have common goals, we said in these days many times. We want to innovate our societies. We want to make universities to be really the engine of the growth for both our countries that share common problems, from elderly society to a technology gap that we know very well and commented already very well. So really, I'm very happy because today we'll go more deeply in sustainability, healthcare, and urban regeneration. So really talk about the things that we can do. So, this project is called Musa because Musa, for who has not classical studies, where, this goddess in the ancient Greece that really aimed to leave footprints on poetry, on dancing, and what we have to do on engineering, at the time mathematics. So what we want to do with this project is to launch ideas for the future design of the cities. And so to leave clear footprints of our passage. So I'm very, curious to hear what you will tell us today. And more importantly, I'm sure that from today on, we'll work more and more together to improve the welfare and the condition of our two countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rector Giovanna Iannantuoni. And I'd like to invite now Stefano Riccardi, and who is the director, the Holy Seed at this pavilion. Thank you very much, Director.
Hello, everyone. On behalf of the General Commissioner of the Vatican Pavilion, I want to congratulate with you about this project, this amazing project. You talk to the future, you talk about future, and the health care of the people is, of course, the base of the future. We are in Expo, and till the beginning, Expo is talk about future. So I want to express my congratulations to you because this project is a really good example of what Expo means. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Stefano Riccardi. And I remind you, we are not just in presence with here, but also in streaming. So I'd like to welcome also people in streaming. Thank you very much again. So, okay, I remind you, okay, this half day is structured in this way. So we have 4 panels. And for each panel, we have an introduction with a video and aimed at presenting the main findings of research and the project of the different universities. And then 2 presentations and by 2 lecturers of each university. and followed by a presentation by a Japanese colleague, and to finish 2 or more presentations and by representatives of different companies and which are working with our university in Milan and in order to carry out the different projects. Okay, so we start with the first panel, and on the topic of urban regeneration and sustainability, and which is a panel organized by the University of Milano Bicocca. So I invite Professor Maurizio Ciarri, the first chair, the Professor Emily Palm, the Professor Tommaso Gabe, the Doctors Edoardo Della Role, the Dr. Koji Tagaji, and the Dr. Lorenzo Leva. Please sit down. Thank you again. Okay, so I kindly ask the control room and to start the video. Thanks.
The University of Milano Bicocca is a young and dynamic institution founded in 1998. It has grown rapidly, closely tied to the redevelopment of the urban area where it was established. The university is the proposing and coordinating institution of the MUSA project, to which it contributes in a multidisciplinary and multi-level manner with projects focused on urban regeneration based on natural resources, biodiversity, renewable energy, and sustainable mobility on one hand, and technologies, economic and social analysis, and education aimed at addressing inequalities.
MUSA is the innovation hub of 4 universities of Milan and many private companies that work on urban regeneration research action. This is why in Osaka, that is a sister city of Milan, we think that is the right place to introduce and to present what our researchers are working on, the health system, the area and the neighborhood of the campuses of universities. Together we can change the way in which cities are built and lived by citizens.
For the researchers here at the University of Milano Bicocca, regeneration includes the study of biodiversity, environmental factors such as heat, islands, and air and water quality and innovative energies, but also areas of mobility and innovative and smart societies. Regeneration means listening to the environment, designing for the people that live there, and also measuring the impacts.
Environmental data, energy solutions, and new models of mobility converge in a shared vision. Bicocca is a living urban lab, growing with those who inhabit it.
Here in Piazza della Scienza, we have created a rehabilitation project where we have dramatically increased the biodiversity of the square. Before, we had an area that was almost completely paved with very few plants. Now we have transformed it into a living laboratory. The idea of measuring the role that biodiversity might have in improving different environmental conditions within the square, not only for the students that are using the space, but for the people that live in this area. For example, when one of the trees here, we've measured the photosynthetic rate, and we have observed that in the month of October alone, it was able to sequester 27.5 kilograms of CO2 within that 1 month. Monitoring of the air quality through sensors that have been installed on the various trees to measure and to understand which combinations of plants are most adapted to actually reducing the quantity of particulates in the air and increase the quality of air for the people that live in this area.
Here to University of Milano Bicocca, thanks also to the MUSA project, we start a change in our building, and we try to reduce our impact on from the point of view of energy consumption. And so we are increasing also the behavior of our student, professor, in order to reduce the use of energy. And these, for example, we will introduce LED for lighting, or we will use also photovoltaics in order to produce by ourselves energy. And our main idea is to become a living lab as an example also for people around the campus, because we are an open campus, not a closed campus.
The University of Milan Bicocca addresses sustainable mobility, starting from its neighborhood. We studied walkability, active mobility practices with primary observations, secondary data, and with participative maps. Our aim is to co-design innovative solutions for a more just, inclusive, and sustainable mobility. We put forward a new pedestrian plan. We designed a new pathfinding application, and we are going to install new bike sharing stalls, along with citizens, companies, local companies, and local association.
The installation of a network of optical and acoustic sensors has made it possible to add timely data on mobility flows and accesses to the campus buildings, which can be mapped in a dedicated WebGIS. The integration between these and the telephone data, surveys, private vehicle traffic, and participatory surveys therefore converge to form the information basis for the construction of the Neighborhood Mobility Identity Card, a knowledge base aimed at transforming the neighborhood, proposing targeted measures for sustainable mobility, accessibility, and safety.
Okay, thank you. We start with the first presenter, and who is Professor Maurizio Ciarri, and who I invite on stage. Maurizio Ciarri is a professor of physics at the University of Milano Bicocca and the president of the international network Silkway Green Energy Management. Please, Maurizio, for your presentation. Thanks.
Thanks to be here. I will try to explain you what we are doing, what we plan to do, and what we hope for the future, from a point of view of energy. What was also presented before, but more or less like other university, we are a small city. We can consider a small city, so we consume a lot of energy, and we use also the period of COVID just to understand that we can do something to reduce our impact, because we realized that in that period we expected to reduce a lot our consumption, but the reality was not so really what we expected. And so we start to think. We was also presented yesterday, that we are part of the Climate City contract at the municipality of Milan. So, and we have a target. We have a target for 2030 is to reduce our impact, to become more efficient from the point of view of energy, and usability for user will be also very important for us. And how to do it? We started to replace fossil fuel as a consequence, improve energy efficiency of our building, and construct, because I will show you at the end just an example. I took an example of a new building where we start to construct a new building with new efficiency and low carbon buildings impact. And, but what is very important for us, as our rector say many times, we have to give the example. So for us, it's very important also communication, and I will spend some words later. And we are an open campus, as I told before, because really we have share in a big area, and we are not close. There is a real campus, so we can be really an example for our citizens which live together with us. every day we share our space with them. So now we have different activities which are planning, which are working, which we will have. Some are started already, some will start in the few years, but in few years we will finish all the works. And I will just summarize, not to spend too time about, I can enter obviously in all these details, but just summarize, we will have plant efficiency, so we'll introduce, we will use new different low impact energy system, heat pumps, solar thermal, solar photovoltaics, and also we introduce for all campus LED lighting, because we need to change a lot from this point of view. And what is very important, then the efficient control on management on buildings. And beams will be a focus for us, because our target is at the end to reduce at minimum, we will see, but we'll see in the future, and reduction on 10%, we expect a minimum, for sure reduction of CO2 emission, the air quality, because all the building we are introducing was also in the following presentation, something will be reported for the air quality inside our buildings, in order to just balance and control exactly the air for people which are living inside, and as I reported in the final sentence, really to show and to inform citizens what we are doing and what they can also do in their house. And as mentioned before, I will just report one example. This building, U19 Ergon, we call, it will become a living lab, just because the idea is, okay, to reach the neutrality from a point of view of energy, but for example, we will use geothermal heat pumps, and was also reported yesterday that the study carried out at the University of Milano Bicocca was very important, because we perform, you see, the real feasibility of the use of geothermal pumps for all Regione Lombardia. So it's very important, this data, and we will use it for the first time in this building, and together with photovoltaic panels. But I will stress that our idea is to have I report a digital twin, because thanks to this, we can share with students, researchers. We are working together with our technical administration part of the university in order to implement. And for example, I reported in the middle of the slide two figures. One is the map for the heat power, and the other is what we are doing is using deep learning, because now all of us are using, in order to forecast, we call the day after, in order to optimize the use of energy. So this will be a very important feature, just not only for students, for research, for university, because we plan to, at the end, to we will call near zero, because it will not really completely zero, but we will for sure reduce our impact. We will use, already we use certified energy as from point of view of energy. So we expect for a few years, new years, to become near zero impact. And what is very important for us is that we expect really to have an impact also for our citizens around the city, because as we mentioned before, we are an open city, and our rector asked for this. Thanks.
Thank you, Maurizio. Okay, in the video we saw many interventions on our green areas. So, and Emily Rose Palm, and we show us, and Emily is a botanist and a researcher at the Department of Biotechnology and Biosciences of our university. Emily, please.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. Today I would like to present the work that we are focusing on in the Piazza della Scienza, and specifically talking about urban regeneration and the value that we have placed on biodiversity. Is it going? Oh, I have to do that part. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So in general, when we are thinking about resources, most of the resources that we use when we live in an urban system are coming from landscapes that are considered to be pristine, clean, and we're talking about places where we have sources of clean water, clean air, clean soil. But what we can do with urban regeneration is actually bring some of those ecosystem resources or ecosystem services to places where people are actually living and working in their daily lives. And what most of the interventions that we use tend to be what we call nature-based solutions, and most of these are focused around the use of plants. So using plants as the foundation, because plants are very valuable in all of these natural ecosystems already, to create habitat for many, many different organisms. So when we're talking about ecosystem services, we're focusing mainly on those resources that are coming from natural places that can directly or indirectly impact humanity, so benefits that we have for ourselves. When we talk about biodiversity in particular, we're talking about an ecosystem service that not only has value in itself to have a multitude of different organisms within an ecosystem, but also their value in terms of providing a foundational support for a lot of other ecosystem services that we rely on. So things like provisioning services, those are the things that are tangible, those products that we get from the land, food production, timber, or even energy. To things that are considered to be regulating services, so things that we generally associate with things that are intangible or invisible, or things that we can definitely measure, things like water purification, air quality, or even erosion control. And one of the things that we can think of in terms of biodiversity is the foundation for actually sustaining and amplifying all of these other services that we are relying on. So in our MUSA project, we are focusing on this idea of sustainability. And one of the things that we're focusing on is this idea of regeneration, urban regeneration, and using our Piazza della Scienza as a model system. And I have shown a picture here of the site that was from basically what it looked like before 2023, before we started to actually do work in the piazza. And in this particular green space, we had about 80 square meters of green space. So you can see how reduced that is relative to the pavement that is there. And when we were considering this project and thinking about biodiversity in general, we had a list of criteria that we used to select our plants. So thinking about things that have provide a wide range of resources for other organisms, plants that would be drought resistant, because we're talking about a Mediterranean climate, but also plants that might help or benefit in terms of air quality or also temperature control. So thinking about an open square where we have people using the space, obviously the sun is very hot. We need to be able to control all of these, or not control, but regulate a lot of these environmental factors. So if we look at what we've done now after our work in the square, we see a dramatic difference in the amount of pavement that is there. So in fact, we've increased the amount of green space to 1,690 square meters. And we've increased the number of plants, different plant species to 60. So this is a dramatic increase in the amount of biodiversity. And you can see here just what it's starting to look like. This is after 1 year after the installation, and it's a dramatic difference in what the square looks like. In terms of the biodiversity, we're also looking at a high diversity of function and what these plants are actually going to be able to do and the services that they're going to be able to provide. So in our project, we're hoping to monitor many different factors related to the resources that are available, so including air quality, so having continuous measurement of air quality index and particulate matter in the air, but also looking at what are the plants actually collecting on their leaves, the deposition of particulate matter. So are we actually capturing it and keeping it on the surface and getting rid of it from the air itself? Other groups are also working on things like the heat island effect. So how are these plants that we've installed actually affecting the temperature of the surfaces in the square? Water use efficiency of the plant. So this is something that we're directly involved in terms of CO2 sequestration and the water use. So how much water are we inputting into the system, and how are the plants actually managing the water that is cycling through the square? In terms of direct biodiversity, we're looking at a lot of the different insects that are now present in the square. If you walk through, you see the plants are absolutely covered with bumblebees and butterflies. And so we're monitoring what we've done in terms of bringing in a lot of resources and habitat for pollinators, and monitoring that continuously with different sensors. And another aspect that we think is very innovative and is connected highly to air quality is this idea of hydrocarbon degrading bacteria that live on the leaf surfaces. So by increasing the number of plants in the square, we have also provided more spaces for these bacteria that can degrade pollutants directly on the leaf surface itself. So in general, when we look at this, the project that we've developed in the square, we're really fortunate in the fact that we have both the before and after. We have measurements that were performed before we actually started working in the square, so we can look at that and compare and see what is the impact that our plants and our intervention has had on these different environmental factors. And I would say one of the, I think, most interesting aspects or most valuable aspects of having the project that we've done in the square is that we have this model for a living laboratory. So this is a space that is open to the public on constant display. We have continuous hands-on data collection. We've created many resources for pollinators and other animals. And I think one of the other benefits that we haven't talked very much about is this idea of community engagement. So we have school groups that come through and want to see the instruments that we're using, kids that are being exposed to the technologies that we're developing and getting to see it firsthand. And we also have an active learning example. We have a way, me as an instructor for plant physiology, I can bring my students out here and I'm not just telling them how photosynthesis works, I am showing them and giving them an opportunity to learn hands-on. And I think this is one of the things that yesterday Professor Damiani suggested, this idea that MUSA is not just about, it's more of an enabling of change. And in this way, I feel like we're actually giving the people, the community members, the tools to actually do something about their environment and experience it and participate. And I think that is a huge benefit. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Emily. So, as I told you before, we structured our panel after the two presentations by the leading university with another presentation with a colleague from a Japanese university. Thanks to our Vice Rector, Gabriella Pasi, we have many contact with the University of Electrocommunication in Tokyo. So I invite Professor Thomas Sogabe, and who is a professor at this university in Tokyo, leading the high-powered energy system research center. Thank you, Thomas, for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your nice introduction. So my name is Thomas Sogabe from the University of Electrocommunications, and we call it UEC. Maybe it's much more simple to pronunciation. So I'm currently working at the Info-Powered Energy Research Center. And my expertise actually is working on the quantum computing and AI, and also I'm working on the smart energy systems. And in the meantime, also working in the university as international research collaborators. Today, actually, I would like to give you a brief introduction and also talk about the bridging innovation and the culture between our UEC and Bikoka University. We would like to strengthen this academic alliance between these two universities. For this, I would like to really take you just maybe 1.5 minutes to let you know a little about our UEC, because our university actually is not like a University of Tokyo, not famous, but it's a very good opportunity to let you know what we are doing here. And my university is based on the communications among the humans and the societies and natural environments. So we are a very small university, and based on these three principles, for instance, this the society, then we have the information department, and for the nature, we have science department. And for the human, we have the system department. So under this philosophy, and our university has 3 departments and have 9 centers. So the faculty members is only probably very small, 300, and the students is about 5,000. So actually, we are very small in size, but actually the performance, several performance are really in the top of in Japan in the university. Among the national university. We are actually the first, number first in the employment rate within the communication industry in Japan. And also we are the number 4 national university in the AI and the data science in Japan. And with this, I'd like to give you a very brief video introduction about the university. Can I show how to play the video? Can you just turn on there? Okay.
UEC is in Chofu City, part of Japan's thriving capital of Tokyo. The campus is a convenient 5-minute walk from Chofu Station. The ride from Shinjuku Station to Chofu Station is about 15 minutes. UEC ranks as one of the world's top research universities in computer science, robotics, optical engineering, and other vital fields. The university is consistently the focus of stellar evaluations. For example, UEC was one of just 19 institutes chosen from among Japan's 770 universities to receive support under the Program for Promoting the Enhancement of Research Universities by the Japanese government. The university also conducts extensive research under the Japanese government's Society 5.0 vision, working in artificial intelligence, big data analysis, cybersecurity, and other rapidly expanding realms. UEC continues to make great strides in frontline research fields, thanks to support meant to strengthen Japan's research power. For a century, this university has consistently been at the forefront of developing creative technologies for the future. That is what the University of Electrocommunications is all about.
Okay, so thank you for your time for me to introduce my university. So now I'm going to give you the main focus of today's talk. Actually, here I just show you a brief our history, our partnership between UEC and Bikoka University. And our relationship starts about 2 years ago. Actually, our then director, Abe, Professor Furukawa, went to Bikoka University. And then after that visit, with Professor Pasi and Professor Battini. And then after that, maybe last year, and then as you show from this picture, the Vice Rector Gabriela Pasi and Professor Stefan Battini visited our UEC. And at that time, we signed our the academic exchange agreement between these two universities. And here the picture shows our president and the Professor Pasi. And so since then, we have now total about 2 years. We have this partnership. Now we have from UEC we have 7 students, which went to Milano Bicocca University as a student exchange program. And so last year we have 3 UEC students. And now we have 1 student and working at still studying at the Bikoka University. So from this year, actually, we are also looking forward some Bikoka University come to UEC, and to really strengthen further our relationship between these two universities. So since our relation just started, and there are many things we can really cooperate. We can really strengthen our two bi-party relationships. For instance, we can increase more the joint research projects, and we can increase more student-faculty exchange, the double degree programs, and of course we can also co-sponsor some international workshops. And by strengthening our two university relationships, and I would like to, by achieving all these goals, I would like to finally to achieve the two national relationship between Italy and Japan and the toward forward for the innovation futures. And with this, I'd like to end my talk and thank you very much for your nice attention and for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gabe. And many projects are ongoing involving with different companies. And we decided to invite, and I thank a lot for accepting our invitation, Edoardo Della Role, Cogita Gaggi, Lorenzo Leva, and first of all, Edoardo Della Role. Thank you, Edoardo. And who is head of electrification in the Research and Technological Innovation Department at ENI, and which is the National Hydrocarbon Agency in Italy, and the president of the Innovation Program Office of Road. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much. We'll start with another bridge. We see the bridge between Tokyo University and Milano Bicocca. We represent another bridge that is driven by this project we developed together we decided to join the forces along this project in order to try to apply the same approach in different reality. Where are located these different realities? Located in Rome, where Rode is located. But I want to tell before you a story of regeneration that is the theme of today. We start in the gasometro area, not so diverse from what has been said yesterday about the area of Polytechnic of Milano. It's the area in which at the beginning of the 20th century we produced gas for the city. Was an industrial city in the center of Rome that growing and growing, and on 1936 was built the biggest gasometer in Europe. Imponent structures, very huge structures, that now is considered the Iron Colosseum in Rome. So a second Colosseum, because you can see the structures from all the corners of Rome. So it's really representative, but after the years, this industrial area in the center of Rome progressively has been abandoned. Till when on 1977, we decided take over this area from Italgas and start a regeneration project of this area. We looked at this area was of a potential incredible value because it's in the city centers, very connected with mobility, with metros, with the university, because just in front of this area, Roma 4UniverCity started to, so becomes also an interesting university neighborhood. So we decided to transform this from a place in which was producing energy to produce something different, to produce innovation, to produce research, to try to aggregate people, ideas, and activities. Take this effort to start regeneration, rebuild building, generate network, the Ostiense neighbor has been listed on the 10 coolest neighborhoods in Europe in 2020. So it means this could really be a big potential. And we arrive on 2023, when Rode borns. Rode is a network of big companies like Eni, Bridgestone here present, but also Cisco, Ferrovie dello Stato, Autostrade, so very big company that put together the forces in order to boost innovation and test activity solution, new startup, relation activity projects, all together, saving many times and cost. So be more effective in generating density and efficiency. So what is Rode? Just a quick view of the ecosystem today. There's the 7 founders, the big corporate, but we start off collaboration, agreement, MOU, LOI with university, project, academia, other corporates, and a large collaboration with general project, international activities, other innovation hub, in order to grow and become, so let us say, since we call it an ecosystem, we try to be an ecotone, that in ecology is where many different things collecting different reality are together and maximize the biodiversity. So our idea is collecting academia, industrial, public, and public in order to maximize the potential output. And just 2 words to finish our look to the future. Rode is for sure an evolving ecosystem that is able to aggregate different reality in order to accelerate the development. What is now Rode? Rode is now a living lab. We test the solution inside our actors, our tool, in order to verify, firstly, in a safe environment, and then move to the city after. It is also digital twin. We developed in these years a digital twin of the area in order to many times test in advance potential solution in the digital environment before living in on the real environment. and also is really a sort of academia for talent. We not let the human capital behind. We think the human capital is fundamental for transformation. So we decided to have a specific area in which we attract and we enhance talent for the benefit of all the companies and all the stakeholders of the road. And being a network, we are more flexible than the big corporates that are funded, so we are more agile to do partnership, project, collaboration in the public-private connection, and scale up and deploy. So what we hope is continued collaboration with Musa, Bicocca, and all the other reality in order to bring this experience to Rome. We continue to work hard to bring other experience and grow up. We try to make this district very functional and open to other and further collaboration. You used to say that all road leads to Rome. We try to also give this. We have hard worker to make this a true reality. We'll continue to do, as I learning in this day in Osaka. I tell to myself and all to our colleague in Gambate. So continues and put your maximum effort on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. De Rorole mentioned Living Lab and the collaboration with the Bridgestone. And so we have two representatives from this company. The first one is Lorenzo Alleva on the stage. Please, Lorenzo, and who is the Digital Lab Director of Road and the Road is his member, and leader of the Bridgestone Global Digital Lab based in Rome. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Matteo, and thank you everyone for this great opportunity to be here. So, you know, I work for a Japanese company since 25 years, so I know this country, but there is one word that eventually came in here, inspired my mind, visiting this pavilion, this expo, is dantotsu. We use this word in Bridgestone, try to aim to be dantotsu. I think today is what we have experienced here. Japanese colleague can tell you what's the meaning of this word. I leave this to them. So we have, I hope that Eduardo has eventually created this interest, providing you the hardware of road, where it burns, what it's behind, and let's see what we are doing inside, because it's a 3-year network between enterprise, but still we already have very interesting and important projects running in it. As we said, we are trying to create an open ecosystem where those large, let's say, Italian and also international company works together. The objective is try to solve larger problem that one single corporation can eventually address by itself. So here, if we look at this slide that was introduced to you just before, I want to mention that in the co-founder we have company that works around the infrastructures, main infrastructures, highway, railways, tires in our case, energy, water, and network. So this means that we can eventually go across those mobility problems, circular economy, sustainability, and try to do more that each of us alone can do. Of course, this cannot be done by those corporates. We need to leverage this partnership. University is key, that's why we are here. Eduardo introduced this concept. We will see this product, we will see this later. And we work with partner, and we also have at our heart collaboration. It starts as a stakeholder alliance, as we said, but we already mentioned it's key to develop people of our company and also of the ecosystem that we are engaging. This is the key area that we use talents in our company to drive those projects ahead. And then everything is built on innovation. That innovation is done within the corporation, but at the same time we leverage the PMI of our country that are actually the ones that can really bring these ideas and innovation on the ground. So just to give you a few numbers, we have calculated social return on investment of about 1.2. These 7 partnerships outside of our network are today, let's say, very active. We have more than 70 people involved, generally about 10 for each company, and collaborations with the university and the ecosystem that we have just mentioned before. And then we have other 6 collaborations with districts similar to us. Maybe in Italy you know about Chilometro Rosso, AMS in Amsterdam. So those are the ones that we have engaged so far. 11 projects started. Let's try to see some of them. Here we see that we are working on 4 main pillars. Resilient infrastructures. So you have seen that we have companies that manage, let's say, complex and large assets. So there are experiments around the use of drones and balloons in order to monitor those infrastructures in a more efficient way. Smart mobility, we have 3 projects. We are going to mention in detail all of those, as well as environment and health, and this is what connects us with the University of Bicocca. And then the human capital, as we have said, and we will talk about it. So smart mobility, what we are doing today in the district, let's say we are building the digital twin, the replica of the neighborhood Ostiense, together with the input, the data that we can gather from multiple sources. So we use university in order to get mobility traffic data. We use a telematics. Bridgestone, let's say, has acquired the TomTom telematics assets, and so we use this kind of data. We built a digital twin of the assets of road as well. And in this way, we can start to develop those models in order to optimize the traffic around this area and then eventually scale to the city. We have projects around the Tiber navigability and as well as optimize the mobility in the city itself. So there is one advanced project we are working with the most in order to homologate this captive area, segregate area, in order to be the first autonomous vehicle proving ground, where we can test algorithm and software into an environment that eventually can replicate and simulate physically what could be a city of the future. And then for the smart mobility, there is several projects. We have an interesting partnership between Bridgestone and the advanced telemetry that we analyzed and developed with our, let's say, technology in order to predict failure and maintenance issues of the vehicle, in this case, the floating car sharing fleets of ENI. And so this will allow us also to get data about the roads we will see in the next layer. And we work on this aspect, and at the same time also trying to find out solutions for the tires at the end of life in order to build with this product roads and other pavement. We have this very interesting and so far, let's say, fruitful collaboration with the Bicocca University around this product here. Maybe you have heard about Respiro. I'm in road. I'm presenting this because, I mean, we are testing it together, developing together. We are really proud of this collaboration. The name Respiro, in Italy is breath, but eventually address this real-time environmental sensing for personal intelligent risk optimization. And makes sense because by bringing this device with you, we can capture very important parameters of the quality of life and then connect to a backend, make this available to our researchers and that builds layers of map of information and digital twins, and so start to use this data effectively to control and improve the quality of air of our city. So last but not least, our human capital, our company, E&I, all of those large corporate has the chance to submit our talented engineers, researchers to those projects that has been created in collaboration with Accenture, Kilometro Rosso, Experis, Sofia Antipolis, maybe you know about that. And so we grow up their skills and capability, at the same time use them to to lead those projects that we are running into road. So this is the end of this presentation. Just to recap, we have a living lab where we can do experiments between corporate, with university, within ecosystem, in a, let's say, more agile manner, because we are connecting private and public in a quite different way. And then we are building digital assets and leveraging the talents of all our people, of the people of the university represented here, of the people of corporations, startup, and our enterprises. Again, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Leva, also for mentioning the Respiro Breath project we launched. And this project and some weeks ago in Rome with our Magnifica Rettrice, yes. And okay, we will inform about the main findings of this very challenging project. And to conclude this panel, very proud and to introduce Dr. Koji Togaji, and who is member of the Research and Development Division of Bridgestone Corporation and Sustainability External Affairs Fellow in Rome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's my big honor to be here, and thank you very much for your kind invitation. So next several minutes, I'd like to share with you our sustainability journey. The Bridgestone, the tire company, we have a relatively big company with more than 90 years history. Head office is Tokyo. Basically, we are Japanese company. But we are doing our business quite globally. We have three major regions. One is Japan, for sure, and the other one is North America, and also Europe. So we have a very strong presence in Europe in our business. And if we can zoom into the Italy, so we have one business office in Milan, and we have a large technical center, R&D center in Roma. So Lorenzo and I are working there. So I'm very much happy to be there. And also we have a world's largest proving ground. Proving ground is testing a tire course, yes, circuit course. And in Apulia, it's the 50 kilometers down south from the Roma. And also we have a manufacturing plant in Bari. So we have a very strong connection between Bridgestone and Italy, and business for sure, and also the innovation, technology, investment, and also the CSR as well. That's why we are here in Italian pavilion. So this is our business, the tire. From the passenger tire to such a large, big off-the-road tires. But the question is it okay just to producing the tire, selling the tire, gain the profit? Is it okay? The answer is no. This is not valid business model anymore. Why? We already talked a lot, but I would like to say world in motion. For the mobility, we talk a while about the case connected, autonomous, share, electronic, so that the mobility situation is dramatically moving. And don't forget about the environment, climate change, resource, we need to contribute it. Moreover, safety, society, people, we need to contribute it. So you can easily imagine how broad scope is, so that how we should do it, what is necessary to do it. That's a question for us. So we discuss a lot, and we set up this commitment, which is called E8 commitment. Instead of I read them up, this small wording, I'd like to share with you a short video. It's a 2-minute video, so I hope you can enjoy it.
Toward 2050, Bridgestone is evolving into a sustainable solutions company. Born of our enduring Bridgestone values, this is our personal E8 commitment to support the realization of a sustainable society.
Can you hear the voices whisper words of love?
Energy. Committed to the realization of a carbon-neutral mobility society. Ecology. Committed to advancing sustainable tire technologies and solutions that preserve the environment for future generations. Efficiency. Committed to maximizing productivity through the advancement of mobility. Extension. Committed to non-stop mobility and innovation that keeps people and the world moving ahead. Economy. Committed to maximizing the economic value of mobility and business operations. Emotion. Committed to inspiring excitement and spreading joy to the world of mobility. Ease. Committed to bringing comfort and peace of mind to mobility life. Empowerment. Committed to contributing to a society that ensures accessibility and dignity for all. For the sake of the earth, which future generations of children have entrusted in our care. Bridgestone E8 commitment.
So I like this video because kids are highlighting. I have 2 of my grandkids. That's all my motivation for working sustainability. So this E8 commitment is to show our way to serve, and we need to be a sustainable solution company. So this is our commitment. So more concretely, the many targets we have, but to start from material, we need to transfer to the 100% sustainable material, renewable material, recycling, bio-based, whatever. So this is one challenge. The other one is, of course, carbon neutral. The largest contribution to the carbon emission is the use phase of the tire, which means driving the car. So the tire connects to the road surface. For the rolling resistance of the tire directly affects to the fuel consumption, which means carbon emission. Of course, green factory is important factor. And also, as Lorenzo introduced you, sustainable mobility solution, providing the solution is another aspect that we need to contribute. And moreover, the balance with the nature, we are very much sincerely discussing about the management of end-of-life tire. The burnout, the end-of-life tire, landfill, definitely is not a solution. So we need to utilize end-of-life tire as a piece of feedstock to producing the raw material to producing the tire. So we have a very interesting project with Eni Versailles to start up this concept to make it real, to realize a circular economy. We talk a lot about the environment, but it's not only for the environment, but the people, society is another important factor that we need to consider. Just a quick review here is, firstly, if we consider our people, our colleague, working safety in working place is the first priority. Of course, driving safety, we need to manage it. We engage with the United Nations program, and we are doing various activities globally. Of course, inclusive education, healthier communities, communities. So we have many discussion and activities global-wide. Of course, CSR is piece of the work. So that's all my presentation. It's a quite high-level presentation, I know, but I hope it would be very much happy if you can feel some flavor of our sustainability journey. So thank you very much.
Thank you to you, Dr. Tagagi. Okay, so this panel is over. So we can move to the second panel. In this panel, I invite all the participants to go down the stage. Thank you again. Thank you again. Okay, in the first panel, we talked about the environmental side of sustainability and approaching topics such as energy and mobility and biotechnology and so on. But there is also a psychological and the social side of sustainability, and which is the content of this new panel. So I will invite the Professor Marta Marsilio, and Professor Marco Boffi, Professor Setsuo Tsuruta, Dr. Lei Liu, and Dr. Gabriele Elia. Thank you. For this panel, and entitled Sustainable Innovation, Healthcare, Well-being, and the Urban Quality of Life. I kindly ask to the control room and to start the video.
Founded in 1924, the University of Milan celebrates a century of history and cultural heritage. With over 60,000 students and more than 5,000 researchers, it's one of Italy's leading institutions for investment in knowledge and innovation.
At the University of Milan, La Statale, we believe universities are engines of change. Through research, knowledge, and the active engagement of academia and all stakeholders, we help shape cities that are more inclusive, sustainable, and ready for the future. With the MUSA project, we are combining law, environmental science, psychology, and innovative healthcare to design smarter urban spaces and empower active citizenship. From telemedicine to digital health tools, we are exploring how technology can bring care and well-being closer to people. Our new Science Campus at Mind, Milano Innovation District, is a bold step in this direction. It's a place where cutting-edge research meets real-world challenges, fostering collaboration, innovation, and connection with the city. This isn't just development, it's transformation. Because at La Statale, we are not just imagining the future, we are building it.
The places we attend in everyday life have an important role on the quality of our life, so they can have an influence on our health or the well-being we experience. So for example, having good urban spaces can decrease the level of stress we experience and can have a positive effect on the emotions and the quality of the attachments we developed with places.
Any design action produces a number of reactions, and having a tool that can support the understanding of action-reaction in this perspective is very crucial for supporting a conscious and an informative design process with citizens, so a participation process that allows different types of stakeholders to be involved and to understand the reason why we are going one direction or the other, and also, of course, to discuss it in a very democratic way.
On this basis, we developed a suite of tools, including an app, a web platform, and a digital table that allow us to collect information about the subjective experience in spaces and to represent also with a cartographic representation the results obtained from this analysis.
Buzzi Children's Hospital has led the implementation of telemedicine through Tito Care project. A study involved 153 children and their caregivers. The project enabled early discharge and remote monitoring using a digital device and the hospital telemedicine platform. Caregivers perform clinical checks from home and they share data with doctors using teleconsultations. The approach was safe, effective, and well received, with no readmission or technical issues. It allowed children to recover at home, save time and cost for families, reduce hospital crowding, and help lower ecological impact. Overall, it shows how digital health can enhance care, empower families, and support a more sustainable healthcare system.
Azemusa is a clinical protocol assessing the effectiveness of telemonitoring for heart failure patients using the Eltenzia app. Currently enrolling 200 patients at Milan's Policlinico and Niguarda hospitals, the protocol allows individuals or their caregivers to record daily blood pressure and weight at home. Cardiologists can remotely access this data via a digital platform that flags alerts requiring attention. The system strengthens continuous care by keeping patients supported between in-person visits and helps foster healthy habits. Azemusa aims to measure telemonitoring's impact on 3 levels: individual, patients, caregivers, clinicians, hospital systems, and society. The project highlights how technology can empower patients as active partners in their care journey.
Thank you. We start with Marco Boffi, and who is assistant professor in social psychology at the University of Milan. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you, Matteo, and thank you, everyone. So I'm a psychologist, but I've been working in the last years with architects, engineers, and landscape designers, trying to integrate the experience people have in different types of places into guidelines for design. So the logic of this presentation is to give you an idea of what it means designing urban experiences. So we are not, when we design a place, we're not only physically designing that place, but we are also shaping the experience that we live in those spaces. So the starting point of our approach is focusing on what is traditionally defined as environmental impact assessment. So before transforming an area, you try to understand which are the features of that area and how it could change with a specific design proposal. This approach is typically focused on objective environmental data, and the goal we have is to integrate something about the experience people have. And obviously, to be more effective, it's very important to provide a cartographic representation, so a spatial connection with the experience of people, and to provide data that could somehow be exploited also during participatory processes. Because in many cases, participation and analysis are conceived as very separate processes. So on that basis, this is what we designed. We call this as a sort of ecosystem. So we have many tools. So we have an app and a web platform. And through these tools, you can explore physical spaces. So you can walk through a neighborhood and look at that place as it is today, or through augmented and virtual reality simulations, you can see in advance how it could be transformed according to different design proposals, and the same can be done also with a web platform. And you can explore with immersive virtual reality a completely virtual environment. So you could work also with an area that is not accessible, physically accessible today. And together with this, the methodology we developed is collecting information about the psychological experience, about the behavior, so the physical movement you're doing through the spaces. And we are integrating also physiological data. And of course, we are also integrating environmental data. So everything is leading to this platform that analyzes all the data together. And the data can be provided to researchers, obviously, but the main concern we have is to provide information to stakeholders who are not specifically focused on research, but on decision-making, for example, or also with citizens who can be more aware about the logic behind some decisions. And all is connected also with a phygital table that I will show you in the last slide. The logic of this entire ecosystem is not only to develop the analysis itself. Obviously, as researchers, we are very focused on that, but the idea is to integrate these tools into participatory processes, so to facilitate the communication among different stakeholders, so facilitate the communication between university researchers and private companies working in an area, and with public institutions and with citizens. So depending on the context, depending on the goals, and depending on the type of initiative, you could use those tools or to focus more on the analysis. So, for example, we can make a provision of the future reaction in an entire city, just sampling some representative spots throughout the city. Or you can move along the entire continuum and focus more on empowering people, being directly involved in deciding or co-deciding with institutions about the transformation of an area. This is an example of the type of outputs we produce. So this is Città Studi neighborhood, which is where you can find the campus of Statale University, which is here, and the Politecnico University, which is here, because the entire project that you see is the result of a collaboration between Statale and Politecnico. So we developed 2 patents and a series of softwares connected to the system. So this is the walk we did in the neighborhood. Starting from here, we walked through the Statale campus and along the street, and we reached the main square in the neighborhood. And these are the pictures taken with our app. So as you see, the app is connecting the picture with the position and the direction where people were looking at while walking through the neighborhood. And this is the emotional reaction. So what you see here is on the right side, positive, and on the left side, negative emotions. Here are activating and here are deactivating emotions. So you see that in point 1, which is the botanical garden of our university, people feel relaxed, and then they move to the street that is full of cars, a quite sad place. So the reaction is between feeling sad and upset, and then walking through the campus, the reaction slightly improves, and it becomes negative again in this point where you have a lot of traffic here. And then when you reach the main square, which is number 7, the reaction is again positive, but more exciting compared to the starting point. So this is just a small example of the many subjective, let's say, psychological geographies we can reconstruct with the methodology. One last example is the phygital table we have What does it mean? It means we have a digital twin of the entire neighborhood that is connected to the app, which is also transferred on the table. And thanks to the digital twin, we can build a physical maquette. So every building you see here is connected to the digital table. And thanks to this connection, you can obtain on the table the representation of what is visible from different point of views. And you can make a simulation not only in 2 dimensions, but also 3 dimensions of what is visible in different points. And you can simulate shadows. And if you remove a building, you can see how it changes. So what's the impact on the physical space? And you can, obviously, you can do it also with the facades. And you can work also remotely. So when you place a building on the table gives you a feedback about the position. So at the moment, we are working with 3 different tables throughout the city. So we could work from Milan and Osaka remotely. The idea is to provide a very effective way to understand the effect of a transformation also for common people. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marco. And okay, yes. Okay, we move to the second presentation of this panel and inviting Professor Setsuo Tsuruta. We are very proud and to be here, Professor Tsuruta, and who is an emeritus professor at the School of Information Environment of Tokyo Genki University. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Oh, sorry. I'll talk about Yorisoi plus Caring AI, BICA, and ChatGPT collaboration, aiming sustainable, innovative healthcare, well-being, and quality of life. Background and issues. Many people are dissatisfied despite the right to freely pursue such a happy life of each individual as Constitution respects. But only human can clarify or concretely know one's own happiness, wishes, and worries. AI cannot. Fun conversations with popular AI avatar attract people. It is important to talk forgetting loneliness and enjoy toward happiness. But it's faint. That alone is not enough to inherently improve satisfaction. Today, people ask ChatGPT to solve their problem. However, ChatGPT's answer changes every time, despite same question. On asking ChatGPT during unclear wishes, people remain dissatisfied. Solution by Yorisoi Wrapping collaboration. Proposed Yorisoi plus solution is because Yorisoi plus ChatGPT collaboration. BICA, virtual intelligent, virtual visual intelligence counseling agent named by Ernest here and me with sets is Yorisoi type AI counseling avatar in metaverse. metaverse, I think. It's a meta-virtualized internet. Because Yorisoi wrapping and collaboration with Chat GPT exploits AI power. Its Yorisoi is not only analysis, promoting, but emphatic, attentive. It's a very soft listener. It promotes to open user's mind because of its software listening and soft listening and clarify or dig, analyze, also balanced such kinds of deepening can be done for analysis their own for analyze their own wishes and values by the following. One, neither a kind of chat GPT-like convinced answer like chat GPT. Oh, okay. They already. Nor 5W1H is a kind of fat fan like that, like a personal asking, but just attentive teaching, very soft, attentive and emphatic listening to open user's mind. So second, parrot-like mirroring of users' current saying for emphatic feeling, as well as promoting self-awareness to clarify wishes and values. Such kind of promotion is promoting with very pressure to a kind of pressure to users, but the emphatic listening using a kind of parrot-like mirroring will soften such pressure. Okay? And unlike MIT's ELIZA, not broadening topics, but digging deeper by saying more or concretely. And it also summarizing or reminding the relation with past saying to promote awareness by saying that more and the relation with firstly you said such things like that. Okay? Three, repetitive collaboration of Vika and ChatGPT. By Yorisoi wrapping the ChatGPT, Vika collaborates with ChatGPT as follows. Okay? Wrapping ChatGPT by emphatic, attentive, soft listening of Yorisoi make users openly talking to both their own mind and others, while Yorisoi digs deeper to users to clarify and concretize their own wishes, values. And this promotes self-awareness towards self-solving. When unsolved, Vika asks ChatGPT, users' response to Vika's hint because a hint obtained by ChatGPT. ChatGPT usually returns the answer, but in this case, a beaker will make a kind of Yorisoi wrapping, and the answer is just only a hint to users. So, and users saying the listened very softly and allowing for further problem analysis by very softly and until self-solved. And if still unsolved, Beaker again ask ChatGPT for hints, to which attentive listening for self-solving continue repeatedly. So such repetitive collaboration of Beaker and ChatGPT support users to pursue happiness until problems are solved. So the effect and usefulness. Yorisoi Plus helps people self-aware one's own wishes and difficult. Human is very difficult to know themselves, as Socrates said. Okay, so Yorisoi Plus helps such one. Okay, they can live more happy lives through finding their truly wishing clothes and meals and houses, care, etc. With their worries resolved. Okay. This is the system architecture, and Beaker collaborate with ChatGPT. But ChatGPT is a kind of stressing answer is wrapped by Beaker. So user does not have such a stress so much. Okay, and they collaborate. Okay. This is example diagram. Okay. Firstly, negative emotion detected, but some kinds of listening is done for promoting the kind of analysis, and ask if there are questions, for example, namely not solved. In case question is asked to ChatGPT, but ChatGPT's answer is wrapped by Beaker's listening, attentive listening, software listening, okay? Software listening, sorry. So such, and the users do analysis their real wishes or like that by using the hints also, okay? And again, if there is questions, answers, and ask ChatGPT again, but it's it's wrapped and softly listened. And sometimes, users remind passing like that. That. So user reminds what they say, and users find their true wishes or find their true problems, and they solve the answers. So by self-awareness, okay, by themselves, finally, they solve the answer. So it's a dialogue example. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Suruta. I invite Marta Marsilio, and who is a professor of business administration, always at the University of Milan. Marta.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all to coming and to join us during this presentation. So we'll lead you in the journey we take in these 3 years, leading with telemedicine as a driver for sustainable urban life and well-being in our country. Actually, there are a lot of digital innovation we can use right now to improve our well-being and our health. Actually, in the University of Milan, we choose to pick one of these digital tools, and we select telemedicine. We select telemedicine mainly for 3 reasons. The first one is that it's a very widespread digital innovation, actually thanks also to COVID. The second reason is an economic large investment we are doing in Italy to develop the telemedicine national platform. Almost 1 billion euros have been investing in this new infrastructure. The third reason, it's more academic and scholarship reasons. I'm a management guy, I'm a healthcare management scholar, and I'm a very intriguing by analyzing telemedicine because it's a new way to deliver healthcare services, but it's a way to do in a very uncomfortable way for government. Government used to be thinking about a product-driven approach, not very often understanding that citizen is a user of the services, and we have to be some satisfaction of the services we are going to provide, while in telemedicine we have to use a service-driven approach, because even if the service is technically being provided in the right way, if the patient or the caregiver is not acting as an active role, an active resource inside the process, they will not be satisfactory as the way we can do deployment, this kind of partnership between professional on one side, public professional, physician, clinician or nurses, and the patient and caregiver and citizen on the other side. So we use the term co-delivery, co-production to try to understand in academic way, using our research framework, which is the one side on the managerial implication we need to take into account to have the high effective results. On the other side, we have to understand which could be the impacts and how to measure the impacts. How we did this journey, we tried to identify different settings and different targets. On the setting, we work inside hospital, we work outside hospital in outpatient platform, primary care platform, for example, and at home. And we decided to look at different targets. We dealt with caregivers and patients, adults and children. Obviously, children needs to be some caregivers, but also some, elder patient needs to have caregiver. And then we manage with both a chronic acute care and chronic and acute care in different settings. At the beginning of our project, we tried to understand which were the expectations of telemedicine, both from citizens and on professional. With citizens, we perform a very huge survey, thanks to the partnership with Corriere della Sera, a very popular newspaper in Italy, and we reached out 2,000 citizens, and we tried to ask them, well, what were you expecting about telemedicine? The expectations were very, very high. We did the same question to the professional, and they were really afraid, were scared to have a lot of burden to be, performed on top of their activity. So they were very different, two sides of the coin. So we tried to understand, well, in these 3 years, we have to measure, and we have to try to understand which are the real impact of telemedicine, try to give advice both to policymakers and to professionals, try to understand the way in which we can deployment at a high level. There are a lot of investment we are doing in Italy on telemedicine. So, we tried to match different perspectives. On one side, we were aware that we have to take into account several stakeholders, which are our stakeholders in a telemedicine ecosystem. But for sure, users, caregivers, and patients, for sure, health professionals, nurses, physicians, and so on, provider, the hospital setting, the out-clinic platform, the outpatient platform. And then with the society at all. We are citizens. If we are, we stay well, we are not necessarily patient. Maybe we are a caregiver, but we are part of the community that paid for this kind of platform. On the other side, we are trying to define a big, basket of dimension where to put our indicator in our sub-dimension, and we work on social dimension, economic dimension, and urban well-being. We developed 37 KPI, so a very, quite huge dashboard, working on also the sustainable goal developments, and we tried to, here just some example, to define some KPI that were really actionable. So on one side, we try to understand which were the information available to inform this KPI, and the other way, try to define some KPI that were acknowledged by people, policymakers and professionals. Here are some examples for the economic side. I will try to focus on the second one, because when you think about economic, you think about money, and that's easy. But if you think about economic, you also have to think about efficiency. How we use the platform we have, platform in hospitals, surgical departments, outpatient clinics, beds, okay? So if we use telemedicine, are we in a way to increase our efficiency, a way we used to say among the others, to understand the average hospital stay. Each day in a hospital costs a huge amount of money. The less we stay in hospital, obviously at the same outcome of clinical outcome, the easier is to provide more services and also to let people happier. People are not happy to stay in hospital. They prefer to stay at home. On the social side, I will just obviously waiting list, so accessibility to the services. But also we try to have a focus also on gender gap and gender balance. Why? Caregivers often are women. And if we try to switch some, time developed, time and put forward, bring children to the visits, bring father and mother to the visit, stay in a hospital with a child, because you are obliged to stay in the hospital with your children when the children is in your hospital. But we try to save time of the women and to make them more productive in the economical system, social system. Finally, urban well-being, but quite easier to look at the urban side, the urban well-being side, think about consumption of energy, footprint, and so on. So what we did with this framework at the end of our journey, this is the brand new paper we just published in open access journal, so with the QR code you can download the paper. We set down this framework. We tested the framework with the pilot you saw in the videos, and now we are ready to use the framework to evaluate all the telemedicine initiative. And right now, we are performing a very huge program in partnership with AstraZeneca in two main big hospitals in Milano, Policlinico and Niguarda. We are just finishing enrolling the patient. We are targeting to have more than 200 patients. And we are going to use this framework to evaluate the impact we are going to generate thanks to the app the patient will be using with the doctors, app developed by AstraZeneca, and used to, in our setting, to monitor patients with heart failure. So I think I will now pass the word to Louis Lay. It's right, okay, thanks very lot. Just to understand how we are providing the future of the study with AstraZeneca and how AstraZeneca match with us in this long journey, of 3-year-long journey. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Marsilio. So you introduced Dr. Liu Lei, and who I invite on the stage for his presentation. Liu Lei is a director of Innovation Partnership and I2.jp at AstraZeneca.
Thank you very much.
Let us know.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. Thank you very much, Professor Marsilio. I'm not directly get involved in that project that already introduced, but I'm so proud that I can be part of this opportunity. And taking this opportunity, please let me introduce our local Japanese open innovation activity in healthcare area. So I'm leading this team in Japan, which I2JP stands for Innovation Infusion Japan. We launched this program in 2020, so it's like 6 years for us. And before that, maybe you already know AstraZeneca, but to be honest, before Corona pandemic, we are not that well recognized, especially by a general consumer. During that pandemic, I think we are the first deliverer of the vaccine. And based on the third-party report, we estimated to save 6 million lives by that vaccine. So we are so proud with that outcome. And we had a headquarters in UK. We have more than 90,000 employees across the world. And based on the latest number, we are at the 6th largest global pharmaceutical company in this world. And we have 5 R&D centers across the world. The information is not covered in this slide, but the thing echoing the last session, I think we're the only global pharma committed to be carbon negative by the end of 2030. And here's the status of Japan. And echoing the status of our company size, currently AstraZeneca Group in Japan is the #1 company in Japan in sales number. But the things we are not just trying to be #1 sales. So we would like to contribute to this society, to our patient, to be #1 pioneer as well. And also, we have 3 facilities in Japan, and all these facilities currently were already installed renewable energy. So it's 100% renewable energy. We're green. And like other pharmaceutical companies, we also have a sales representative, sales team, more than 2,000, nearly 3,000. They driving cars every day. So currently, we're on the way to switching all these cars to EV or maybe plug-in hybrid. So we're not the sales #1. We're also the most green pharmaceutical company in Japan. Okay, let's bring the topic back to the open innovation in healthcare. So this is the background I'm standing here, like Dr. Marsilio already introduced. We have really great collaboration in Italy already. The thing is, we started kind of a global network, which called the A-Catalyst Network. We said that it's not a big team, but a small-sized team. Currently, it's nearly 30 across the world, across markets, to deliver a small-sized POC with our local partner first to contribute to our patient, our society, to increase the healthcare sustainability. And after that, by enabling this kind of network, we share the best practice, and we also support startup inbound and outbound. And I think that's the one reason the Italian colleagues connect me, and then I'm standing here. And you can find more in our website. We also have English version. We share some collaboration case there, and you can also search our partner. Let me introduce them later, but here's our 5, this is our principle, active principle, like 5 value of AstraZeneca. Like I'm describing here, we would like to be the #1 pioneer in transforming patients' lives through innovation. So it's not just delivering bioscience, the new medicine. Also, we would like to collaborating with stakeholder, our partner, to change the social system itself. It's not easy. And in my activity, I'm well aligned with my teammate. We put patient first, of course, and we would like to take an entrepreneurship. Because in this kind of new, really leading edge, fast speedy world, we have to collaborating with startups to find a new solution to accelerate them. And another point is I think we still are conventional pharma model at this moment, but we would like to move to the AVAT model, to the lower bottom side model, because like everyone here, I believe we are quite healthy now, but at the end, we start like getting old, but then we start some kind of self-awareness. I think it's a key word into the session as well. And then we got a diagnosis and the treatment, and after that, we have post-treatment and jump into the wellness phase. This is a patient journey. So till yesterday, I think we deliver really innovative science, innovative medicine in treatment phase, but in the future, and that's my job, I think, we would like to contribute to the whole patient journey so that we can improve their life. So it's not that easy, and we don't have the expertise experience before. So that's one reason we take this kind of open innovation strategy, collaborating with external partner with existing expertise and solutions, and realizing true meaning of patient centricity and incubation of startup, and at the end, optimize the healthcare system by resolving social and local medical issue. You can see this is crazy chaos. So that's one reason we call this kind of figure chaos map. But the things I would like to share with you is at the very beginning of this network, we started with only 7 company and institute, including ourselves. So only 6 partner external AstraZeneca. But at this moment, to be honest, this is just a half. So we have another page. So at this moment, we have more than 500 partners with us, including a lot of startups overseas. Not only startup overseas, but we also include our competitor, welcome them into our network so that we can contribute to the society together, not just competitor to each other. And here's some activity in our network. Since we have one of the largest healthcare network in Japan, we are not just pulling their logos in our website. We engage our partner through like events, through meetings, through projects together. So only in 2024, we initiated more than 20 projects. It's quite similar like your approach, using telemedicine, using generative AI, something like that. Since you already covered such kind of a topic, the one topic I would share with you is use data, enabling data. So this is one example I would like to share with you, since it's quite busy. So let me introduce the background first. So the therapeutic area is the chronic kidney disease. Maybe you're not familiar with the disease very well, but the late end stage of CKD is dialysis. So we have, like in Japan market, we have 0.3 million dialysis patients. So the cost pressure to insurance is huge. And also, it's not only about the cost, about the money. The QOL, quality of life of dialysis patient, is very poor. So based on this kind of background, not only ourselves, our government also defined the CKD as one of the most important therapeutic area to be tackled. Another background is like a patient centricity. When we focus on a patient, especially in really early stage of the CKD, people has very limited self-awareness. They don't know they are at risk. So based on this background, what we have done is, in Japan, we are universal insurance. So everyone in this country has opportunity to do health checkup. And also our received data, meaning our history to visit the doctor, to visit the pharmacy, are recorded, at least for 5 years, last 5 years. So based on this background, we decided to use data, identify people at list, but based on their history, they have never taken right action on CKD at list. Then we use like a smartphone, SMS, sometimes it's like a letter, so that we can ask the citizen, as the individual, to understand that they're at risk and they have to start some the reaction based on their situation, and use Natch theory. And after that, of course, if they start a visit hospital or pharmacy, new data will be generated so that we can confirm the result, the impact of this kind of activity. This is a small-sized POC in the past. What we are trying to do is to make a large-sized prospective social research so that we can confirm the impact. Just like Professor mentioned in her presentation, we're doing similar approach, but at this moment it's in CKD, but I think we can expand the method, this approach, to other therapeutic as well. So I think this is our last slide. By partnering, networking, stakeholder into one network, I think we can offer opportunity to our partner, not only join the event, but meet each other, exposure, collaboration. And the startup from Italy is not many in our network at this moment, so I would like to welcome more the startup or a partner from Italy into our network as well, so that we can make future better, brighter. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you. Okay, we met the company's representative of Rode, Eni, Bridgestone, AstraZeneca, and so I'm very glad to follow the presentation of Dr. Gabriele Elia, and who is responsible of ecosystems, standard, and IPR in the innovation department of a team, and which is the main telecom operator in Italy. Please, Dr. Elia.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Just for the people who don't know, TIM is the major telecom operator in Italy with more than 20 million mobile users, and we have all the stuff that usually operators run, like 5G, the fiber. We are also the first operator for mobile in Brazil, so this is a story. But when I was thinking about this invitation and also the presentation, I thought how far is the relation between Italy and Japan, and also Telecom Italia and Japan. Imagine that I am from the innovation department. 50 years ago, in '76, in September, in Tokyo and in Italy, in Torino, actually, was the first time that telecommunication happened on a fiber optics. Now everyone thinks fiber optics as a simple thing that everyone has in fiber to the home, for example, at home. It's at the basic of all communication systems. But it was in Japan and in Italy that 50 years ago, two different teams in the same week make the first demo that was possible to have a telephone call instead of copper, that was the usual medium, on optics. And 10 years later, something also I was thinking very interesting happened, that between Italy and Japan, again, a joint group of research decided to found the MPEG Forum, and the idea was to have a single worldwide standard for digitalizing media. It was the first time, imagine that time, every television works in every country on different standards. You can buy a television in Japan and use in Europe, or even in France and use in Italy, or in Italy and use in the States. Everything was different. The digitalization was starting, and the idea was from Mr. Chiariglione in Italy and a professor in Tokyo, Yakuza, of creating a worldwide standard that was useful for television, for media, for DVD, for the internet was not yet there, but they endorsed it, they conceived the idea that also networks will transmit media. So there is this tradition that I think is very interesting to remember today. What happened that telecommunication are a little bit in the background, at the basis of all many of the things that we heard in these days. And a colleague wrote a book that is very famous in Italy, Roberto Saracco, saying the disappearance of telecommunication, in the meaning that telecommunication becomes embedded and like a breath of air in everything every day of our life, but we don't see our breath and the air we use for living. So it's telecommunication. For Musa, we made some interesting stuff because it was one of the first time where we tried to put together 5G, edge, and edge computing. Edge computing is very important in the world of data, in the world of artificial intelligence that is coming. We need, telecommunication are using already, telecommunication and data center, AI are using about 3% of energy worldwide. It's a huge quantity of electrical energy, of power, no? In Italy, for example, but it's the same in all the countries. Telecommunication are the second consumer of as a single company. For example, TIM is the second buyer of electricity after the Rete Ferroviaria Italiana, that is the train company. The same in UK, the same in Germany. So it's funny stuff, no? Being able to distribute computing closer to user, closer to device, closer to sensor, we saw is very important in this sense. And we made the first experiment was started really one of the first really in Italy was started with Musa. And also this distribution of computing and communication features that are merged somehow is also so important for what we think is really one of the future of artificial intelligence. It is the point of being able to federate computing and data centers and not to have super huge data center and super huge company that have everything. Imagine, for example, all the data that was mentioned today, for the way you live, the data coming from the health system, for example, is very not realistic to say that everything we should go in a single place, in a single point, to be able to be managed by a single company, even if it is a trusted company, is not this point. We need a solution that allows to have data distributed, but to work together. This data should be somehow being able to made actionable in a distributed environment. This is what we call cloud federation, cloud and edge federation, and also the pure communication part of this equation is important. More important than what it seems, because while it's very clear that a wired network is somehow something going from one place to another place with a dedicated channel that is, for example, a fiber optics, so you can manage that communication in many ways. Everything, a lot of things are moving more to wireless. In Italy, for example, we have a very special offer. Imagine for the Japanese friends here, we have for so low price, 1,000 yen, not euros, 1,000 yen, 100 gigabytes of traffic per month. So it's something that is unreliable in the other countries in the world. It's 50 times lower than in Switzerland, for example, no? Just to say. So wireless is a special network that needs to know the way that application and artificial intelligence work in a much deeper way, deeper relation. And this is something that also projects like this, where different competence and different, we call them verticals, and points like the smart city, the sustainability of the city, the health data come together, are also a point of improvement for the way of thinking of the future network, not only to deploy the current network. Just to finish, well, this is what I was saying about federation. Also from the experience of research, like what we do in Musa, we are able to improve also commercial offers that are useful for all the cities and the municipalities. For example, Team Urban Genius is something that we do for putting together data from different sources and giving them back to public authorities and municipalities and so on. And the experience in Edge, in the way of collecting data and managing them, has been very, very useful also for improving something that is not strictly developed in Musa, but is taking experience for this in the sense really of innovation. that's it, and thank you again.
Oh, thank you. Thank you to you and all the participants of this interesting panel and managed from the University of Milan. Okay, so it's not possible to build the university neighborhood of the future without architect, engineer, and economist. And this is the content of the next panels, but after taking a break. So we have a break there on the aisle and on the left. So we will see here at 5 o'clock p.m. Thank you very much again to all. Okay, I invite you to sit down. We can restart with the new two panels. Okay, I invite the audience to sit down and to close the door. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move on the third panel and refer to the topic of universities as drivers for social and physical transformation of cities, led by the Polytechnic of Milan. And I invite Professor Emilio Faroldi, Professor Maddalena Buffoli, Professor Yosuke Komiyama, Dr. Ueno Takashi, to come up on stage. Okay, sir, thank you. And as before, I ask to the control room to start the video. Thank you.
Since 1863, Politecnico di Milano has been the largest scientific technological university in Italy, combining engineering and creativity, with a passion for innovation and development of the city and the region. Over time, it has expanded its presence throughout the city of Milan, establishing direct contact with local communities and positively and deeply influencing the urban environment in which it has set up its various campuses. In 2023-2024, the campus had 47,000 enrolled students who experienced the spaces, classrooms, and shared laboratories, in line with the spirit of collaboration that deeply animates the university's teaching and activities.
Politecnico di Milano builds upon a combination of cutting-edge laboratories and a spirit of collaboration. This unique feature forms the foundation of the Politecnico students' practical and technology-oriented problem-solving approach to afford societal challenges. Politecnico integrates sustainability into its core mission, fostering innovation while caring for people and the environment. With more than 3,000 patents, 120 spin-offs, and over 200 startups, the university plays a key role in dynamic innovation ecosystem. Politecnico di Milano also stands as a model of urban regeneration, contributing significantly to the transformation and improvement of the urban landscape.
È stata una bellissima avventura quella lì. Era forse il primo grande aeroporto, poi sono stati fatti tanti grandi aeroporti, ma era stato il primo. Ma doveva per forza celebrare il viaggio.
Politecnico di Milano provides a concrete and technological contribution to the MUSA project through its living labs, energy efficiency initiatives for buildings, well-being, monitoring programs, and more. The university's laboratories, hands-on expertise, and strong technological focus synergistically contribute with the projects of other institutions. Numerous strategic collaborations have been established with the Politecnico's involvement, widely recognized as an indispensable asset for the multi-level urban regeneration effort of the MUSA.
an entire urban area is regenerated. The example, the old gasometers in Bovisa, become an example of innovation.
Se vuoi fare una piccola città universitaria, un campus, devi mettere i piedi dove già ce l'ha messi qualcun altro, è inutile andare a spaccare tutto, no? E quindi questo era già un elemento forte, indicava già la strada, era il DNA, si potrebbe dire, no? E i luoghi, dicevo ancora una volta, parlano, e lo so che era una fabbrica, ma in fondo l'università, il campus, è una fabbrica, è un luogo dove succedono delle cose straordinarie. Poi il Politecnico è una scuola straordinaria, è una scuola multitask, si potrebbe dire, no? Politecnica, una scuola dove si insegna di tutto, si insegna a costruire, si insegna a costruire con poesia, si fa attenti alla storia. Bene, allora, esiste questa pianta, guardatela un po', non voglio annoiarvi troppo a lungo, ma capite subito che qui il progetto è fatto su dove già era stato costruito. Anzi, noi costruendo restituiamo al botto e alle superfici drenanti più di quello che c'era precedentemente. E questo credo che sia una buona cosa. Ricordatevi una cosa, semplice. L'architettura non risponde solo ai bisogni, risponde anche ai desideri.
Universities are catalysts of knowledge, innovation, and civility for the environment. The contribution of the Politecnico to the city of Milan completes an urban ecosystem in which education, research, and business collaborate for the common good. The campus is not part of the city. The campus is the city. 3 poles, 1 vision. Milan as a sustainable, inclusive, and intelligent city. The Politecnico di Milano offers open, accessible, and through its architecture, educating campuses.
Thank you. Emilio Froldi, you told, campus is the city. So, Emilio Froldi is executive vice rector responsible for the development and enhancement of university spaces at the Politecnico of Milan. And I leave the room for your presentation.
Thank you very much. I hope I won't bother you too much. University campuses, as I told you before, are among the main protagonists in strategies for redesigning entire part of city. They are places of innovation and experimentation that have historically translated the cultural growth of a civilization into the physical form of its spaces. University and city represent social phenomena rooted in centuries of history, consolidating both primitive and evolutionary forms. Changes that for the Politecnico involve in its campuses, in Milan as well as in the satellite campus in Italy and in China. Technological progress, urban policies, the effect of the global process and constant change form the foundation of the teaching and research program. Since 2017, the Politecnico has launched an investment strategy to modernize its infrastructure. The goal is to reach international quality standard and compete with the best European and global universities. To this end, we have recently designed 3 master plans that aim to redesign part of the city, seeking a renewed identity. The organization of university campuses in Milan is today a central theme in discussion of the city of the future growth. The etymology of the word campus refers to the act of containing. In the new known as Bovisa, the Renzo Biano Building Workshop is working with us at the Politecnico di Milano on a plan for the university development of growth. The infrastructural system, once again, become the structural backbone of the Polytechnical's spatial layout. We have chosen to propose the idea of open campuses, promoting inclusion, accessibility, and equal opportunities. A place where innovation thrives, a cultural vision rooted in a social responsibility lives on, characterized by a sustainable approach and the construction on aiming to significantly reduce CO2 emissions. Campuses that support circular economy principles, aligned with a strong sense of sustainability in education and in advanced research across all fields of engineering, architecture, and design. Where human interaction, the value of sports, leisure, and widespread well-being define a civilized lifestyle. Our campus transformation project proposes a rethinking integrated with the city through the enhancement of open and social spaces between memory and identity. Universities are becoming key urban actors capable of simulating territorial, economic, and the social development process, able to initiate complex urban transformation in strategic location, establishing new productive and research centers. Milan has made the university new protagonist in its urban regeneration and innovation strategies. The city of higher education has gradually replaced the industrial city, even physically occupying in its former spaces. Universities have become fundamental players in urban transformation process. A synergetic dialogue between the quality of work, study, and social spaces, and that of research of teaching is essential. The Polytechnical has focused its effort on enhancing and adapting the morphology and function of its architectural heritage in the campuses where it is rooted. At the Leonardo campus, by combining the new structure and contemporary project with the spirit of the memory and the history. At Bovisa, through the introduction of connective and social spaces that are currently missing. The Vivi Polimi project, which I had the pleasure of designing and coordinating, has played a key role in urban regeneration. But let me bring you inside our campuses for a few minutes. In black and white, what we were, and in colorful pictures, how we are today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Faroldi. And we move to the next presentation by Maddalena Buffoli, and who is a professor of urban health and environmental hygiene at the School of Architecture, Urban Planning, Construction, Engineering of the Polytechnic of Milano. Maddalena, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everybody, and thanks to Musa to invite me at this event. How it's work? Okay. Based on my background, I would like to briefly present the main urban health action that the Politecnico di Milano is carrying out on its campus to make our city healthier, following a One Health vision. I would like to start my presentation with the WHO definition of health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely in the absence of disease or infirmity. This definition is important because in the light of the growing phenomenon of urbanization in our cities, including Milan, it becomes a priority to take a real action to make our city healthier and to reduce all urban risk factors. In this context, university can be a driver for social and physical transformation of cities, increasing sustainability and public health, as it is happening in Milan. Specifically, Politecnico has been committed for years to improve the environmental sustainability, efficiency, and health of the entire cities, thanks to a series of urban health actions with the goal of addressing the key priority with the greatest impact on public health. These urban health strategies have been implemented in different ways across all areas managed by Politecnico, which, as you can see, are connected to the territory with a strong network of campuses and services, such as, for example, of campus or other students' residence. We are conscious of the positive effect that green spaces have on health and environment. So, This is why in the new Bovisa project, designed by Renzo Piano Building Workshop, 24 hectares of public woodland will be fully preserved and maintained. The forest will also be connected to the other urban parks, with a strong impact on urban ecosystem services. In addition, 16,600 new trees will be planted, permitting to the forest to blend with the campus. Even in existing campuses, green spaces have been significantly expanded and improved, thanks to the intervention that transformed previously used parking areas, like we have just seen in the video. These new spaces are used by both university members and local residents. Creating spaces for socialization and meeting is also very important for health promotion. For the reason, in the Città Studi campus, 3 new urban squares open directly to public streets have recently been created. These spaces are fully accessible and inclusive thanks to the use of universal design strategies. With the global climate crisis, water management is one of the most crucial aspects of urban transformations. So, in the design of the new Bovisa campus, the footprint of the project buildings will be smaller than in the pre-existing industrial footprints. This is an important example and message for the sustainability of our future city. Particular attention has also been given to the principles of the circular economy. So, all industrial buildings are being reused. The structures of the new buildings will be primarily made of wood, and it has been calculated that the wood used will be offset within 30 years by the trees that have been planted. The new campus is located in a suburban area, Bovisa, but is highly accessible thanks to the 2 train stations, which will be fully redeveloped, providing a service to the entire cities. While in the Città Studi, that is already highly connected, our strategies have focused on improving walkability, with the goal of expanding a car-free urban area. Bovisa is an area that before the arrival of the Politecnico was socially and environmentally critical, with many abandoned spaces. Thanks to the development of the 2 campuses, this part of the city will be completely regenerated and became more attractive to all Milan residents. Also in the Città Studi campuses has seen an increase in services and spaces for both students and citizens, like, for example, the regeneration of a public sport faculty. The name is Giuriati. At least the new campus will be a 0 carbon dioxide emission campus, thanks to the technology employed and the installation of more than 40,100 square meters of photovoltaic panels. No, sorry, I go too fast. Okay, this is the last one. The decarbonization goal involves all Politecnico campuses. Actually, we have already reduced emissions by 24% compared to 2015, with the goal of achieved net 0 carbon emission by 2040. This ambitious goal supports the European Green Deal, which aims for climate neutrality of Europe by 2050, And it also matches the vision of the city of Milan, one of the 100 European cities working to reach these goals by 2030. And this is the last, so thanks for your participation.
Thank you, Maddalena. So we are very glad to have other two representatives from Japan, and one from the university, and Yusuke Komiyama. And thank you, Yusuke, and who is a senior lecturer and at the Graduate School of Engineering, Division of Architecture and Architectural Engineering. Please, for your presentation.
Thank you for introduction. I'm quite honored to have an opportunity to talk about my project today. Today I'm going to talk about my industry, academia, collaborative type of researches and my design project with university's neighborhood. But just before that, I'm going to a little bit talk about my university, Kyoto University. Kyoto University is the second oldest national university in Japan. The oldest is the University of Tokyo. Then Kyoto University was established to be an alternative to the University of Tokyo. So University of Tokyo were designed to kind of educate like a student for civil servant or government officials, whereas the Kyoto University is designed to be a place for free, independent researchers. So in this sense, they were quite honored to have 11 Nobel Prize winners. But I personally graduated from the University of Tokyo, so I have a little bit complex feeling on this. But one of maybe the character is the position of the Department of Architecture in the university. So this is showing the structure of Kyoto University, where I put a red square where the professors of architecture belong to. So the knowledge of architecture was quite distributed into the different structure of universities. So somehow I might say the knowledge of architecture is a little bit more integrated into the diversity of university. Then we have 3 campuses inside of Kyoto City. The main headquarters is Yoshida, but I belong to the Katsura campus. It's a little bit far from the city center, but on the western edge of Kyoto. So what I'm going to talk about today is my project with neighborhood around this Katsura campus area. But unfortunately, our campus is not as beautiful as Politecnico di Milano, so there will be no pictures of my campus. But I will take professors to my campus tomorrow, so I'm interested in how they make comment. But I'm personally an architect, mainly working on timber construction, so my projects are either brown or green, because I'm mainly working with wood. But my research focus is something like this, kind of circular construction or sustainable construction. I think you have seen a lot of this kind of circular diagrams around timber construction, or maybe many of the expo pavilions, because they are designed to be reused. But I think this kind of pure, complete circle doesn't always work. So I think there are a lot of missing links still, I think. So I'm working on these several researches to fulfill the missing links. And I think this pavilion, Italian pavilion, is for sure that it will be reused in good way. But I think other many pavilions, they are still in question whether they can be reused or not. So this is one of my research focus. Then this is where I have a little bit link with Italian culture. One of my industrial academic collaboration research is the research with a company called Rotobras. They are located in South Tyrol or North Italy. So they are a company of this kind of metal fastener for timber construction. And they have this product called X-Rad, which is specifically designed to be kind of easily deassembled. So it's kind of designed to be reused. So I quite like this idea. So I try to localize this technology to Japan. So I've been doing several structural experiments to make it work. Then I worked with the company to come up with a kind of construction system which is easy to deassemble and assemble again. Then I sometimes do architectural design based on this technology, but which I didn't win the competition to build it, but I managed to build a part of it. But I don't have enough time to talk about this project today. But as an architect/researcher in university, I try to make a prototype or exemplar project with a hope that this prototype can transform the society. But at the same time, I'm working with students as a kind of living lab or design-build type of education. Then today I'm going to talk about this project more. This is a diagram I recently made. What it shows is when we say timber construction or wooden building is sustainable, which only makes sense when it works with grow of trees, grow of forest or forest management. So in some way, we need to think about the balance of the speed of growth of forest versus our time span of use of timber in our society. Because if we dispose timber in a shorter period than forest growth, then we will run out of forest. So we need a balance of time. So that means we need to make it longer use of timber in our society. And then sometimes we need to think about cascade use or reuse or recycle of timber. Then I'm working with students to come up with kind of nice design of sometimes furniture or sometimes pavilion using waste or offcut from the factory or construction site. And these are some of the works students came up with. They are using the offcut from the factory and also waste material from the deconstruction site. Then these furnitures being kind of accepted by the university, then now they are used in our library to be a kind of bench or desk for students. And also display stand. Then this idea also accepted by the local community. So we designed the chairs and shelves for a community center of the local park. Then we made it with as a workshop with children in local community. Then this is another project to, again, create a chair from the waste. The project started with the call from the local community center, which they are going to refurbish their space, but they want to create a chair for their new space. So I proposed, why don't you keep your waste material from the deconstruction site? Then we will think about how we can convert these waste to the chairs or furnitures. So I asked the contractor to keep the materials safe. Then student made a list of materials. Then we did a little bit of cutting using our workshop in the university. Then we also made a recipe of chairs so that everyone can follow this recipe to make the furniture and chairs by themselves, even without supervision of us. Then we made this recipe so that anyone can make chairs without using a nail or hammers. So it's very safe to make it. So we get local children to involve this making. Then in the end, we made these stackable chairs, kind of module chairs for the community space. So this experience kind of made us to be kind of team up of this kind of upcycling team inside of the laboratory. So I think we are ready to transform the society now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Komiyama, and obviously from the Kyoto University. And okay, we finish this panel with the last presentation by Dr. Ueno Takashi, and who works on the topic of urban development and development of local industries with the universities at the Future Design Center of a Rico 3L company. Thank you.
So good afternoon. I'm Takashi Ueno from the Rico Company Limited in Japan. So at the beginning, I would like to say that I appreciate for the all because my first project with the Milano, it's maybe 7, 8 years ago. Then, but you know, the first project was to organize the post-expo based urban development in Milano. I mean, Milano Innovation District. But you know, today I'm in the Osaka Expo. Thank you for inviting me. So, on today I would like to explain the proposal. Our activity regarding university-centered urban redevelopment. At the beginning, I would like to, I introduce who is RICO. RICO is, I'm sorry, mainly RICO is covering B2B segment, B2B business. So the only limited people knows well, but we don't have big consumer business. Maybe the majority of people doesn't know or didn't know, I don't know. So however, the RICO, we are the global leading company for the office equipment, included the copy machine for the office or something. Totally, we are having less than 80,000 employees. Then also we are having, it's an old record, but at the moment we are almost 1.5 million clients in the 200 countries, such as the office, such as university, such as hospital, a lot. This is our business segment. Then I'm in charge of the new business development at 3L. 3L is as Future Design Center of the RICO. So the RICO, the future design. What is future design? At the moment in Japan, I guess that maybe not only Japan and Italy, it's almost the same. It's a rapidly growing, aging society. Also, a lot of the digitalization, digital transformation, included AI, replaced to the new society, new world. Nobody knows what is the future. Then, if so, how can we build the future for our business segment or others? Then this is the reason why RICO established Future Design Center. Then, of course, the future design is just future design, planning, designing, something like that. But a lot of the new technology, also the collaborating new technologies from the university we are doing. The one of the cases is the human-centered life design. We exhibited at the Milano Design Week on this April. Yeah, I mean the sofa integrated a lot of the sensor. If so, if anyone sits down the sofa, of course the sofa detected your emotion, your vital, your feeling. Also, such all of these data that visualized on the wall. We presented such technology at the Milano Design Week. Then if so, the publisher and the editor selected we are the best, the AI, the tech, the creative AI creative, the tech at Tortona Street. Then it's very, we are very happy because, we are a bit higher than Lexus. So also, we are also started to collaborate with a lot of universities, not only Japan. Then, of course, why we are doing the open innovation with the university, of course, not only university. Then, of course, we would like to develop, also distribute unique and innovative solution and technology, also idea in university to our, the client via our channel in the 200 countries. Then if so, again, I'm in charge of the the new business development and design at the Future Design Center to cover for any tech project, also open collaboration for global our client. My birthplace was the Kyoto. This is the reason why I respected the Professor Komiyama. Yeah. So it's quite unique. My birthplace of the Kyoto and the Milano, it's almost similar population, the number of the population. Yeah, it's 1.4 million. Then also the Kyoto is not in the Kyoto prefecture. Kyoto City is the highest ratio of the university student to the population in Japan, but it's almost 11%. I believe the Milan is the highest number of that in the university of students to the population in the Italy, but it's quite similar. But the number is, of course, Milan is too big. Milan is the almost 15%. Kyoto City is 11%. Then, of course, Kyoto City, the city council is worried because of aging society. However, I guess between the Milano and Kyoto, it's like similar population pyramid. Actually, the growing the number of the university of student, also student, is how to say the making to the making the balance for the population of the aging and the next generation talent. Then this is the one point why university, the centralized city is quite, the important for, keeping the how to say, healthy balance of the city. At the moment, we are focusing on the two key criteria. One is university-centered urban redevelopment, including innovation driving. Then next one is the integrated curriculum between the unique Japanese style and foreign universities. But why so? At first, in Japan, as I informed, Japan is rapidly growing the increased number of the aging society. Then, however, in parallel of them, in Japanese society is the rapidly increasing in freelancer and foreign workers. Such an impact is increasing number of the labor force by 10 million people compared to 10 years ago. Yeah. If so, a lot of the Japanese government, Japanese municipalities worry because of shrinking number of population. But the labor, number of the labor is increasing over the 10 million people compared to the 10 years ago. This is currently Japanese status. Then, if so, also as I informed, leveraging the RICO's extensive experience in collaborative development and program support with universities around the world. I'm sorry, I just joined to the RICO at this January, so I didn't know the detail of the collaboration between Polytechnic di Milano. However, I heard from our, the Italian branch. The RICO is the two program sponsor for any project in Polytechnic di Milano. Actually, not only Polytechnic di Milano, the long time the RICO is spending the time and the budget for supporting the university. However, before RICO is just support to the university via sponsoring. However, now that we have quite interest in the more deeply the relationship with university or any specific school. The reason why, because as I informed, the 10 million the new labor people is generated in the society in case of the Japan. However, such people is not working in office. Office is meaning our the traditional the client. So how can we incubate from the new idea to the any social opportunity? The RICO hope to cover any new younger talent. This is the reason why we have interest. Then we are investigating a lot of the project, but before them, I would like to introduce the two kinds, the university and innovation-based urban development cases in my experience. At the first, Kumamoto Prefecture. Okay, this one? Okay. University of Tokyo. University of Tokyo is cultivating cocoa tree for the, maybe over the 55 years. Of course, some of foreign chocolate brand, when they visited to the cultivation house of the University of Tokyo, they have quite impressed because of the high quality and good taste. Compare them the African the cocoa. Then actually between the University of Tokyo and my previous role, established the joint development to incubate to cultivate or to develop the forestation of the cacao in greenhouse. Then of course, but such a cacao house is just engine of renewable energy of the heat for the city and the town. Of course, the cacao in the West Africa, then they are worried about child labor and cocoa pod waste. But also, cocoa pod waste will be the resource of biomass, the heat. Then, but the biomass heat is providing the nice energy. However, extra heat will be again to develop the next forestation or something like that. Actually, like this activity is generated by university researches. Then, of course, one other case is in the Saga City. This is the whiskey production because of the Spanish company developed quite a unique malt technology. But such a quite unique technology develop such a city, city design and the city. Then actually, a lot of the university, pinpoint research or pinpoint idea, also the result of research will, did help to generate a lot of the new, the society. Actually, we would like to contribute to any like these, the university resource-based, the town design, town development. This is, I would like to explain on today. Thank you very much.
And thank you to you and all the participants of this panel. Thank you again. Polytechnic of Milan. Okay, let's move on to the last panel, referred to the topic of economic impact and sustainable finance, and led by Bocconi University, and which is the third and the universities in Milan in this presentation, of course. And I invite Andrea Beltratti and Gianluca Manca from Bocconi University, and we start with the video.
Bocconi University is a European excellence in economics, management, finance, legal studies, political science, data and computer science, producing extremely valuable results when focusing on the theme of urban regeneration. Founded in 1902, its 350,000 square meter urban campus is an architectural expression of the university's cultural vision. It shares its international vocation with the city of Milan, in which it is fully integrated with its strategic location. There are 15,000 students, 3,700 of whom are international, representing 127 different countries, and 4,300 hours of lectures per year are dedicated to the theme of sustainability.
Bocconi University's involvement in the MUSA project, particularly regarding Spoke 4, is about sustainable finance and the way sustainable finance may help financial well-being and improve living conditions of many agents in the economy, particularly citizens, corporations, and investors. Among the several initiatives that we've realized in the context of Spoke 4, let me particularly mention the realization of a platform, which is called the FEL platform for Financial Education Lab, which is providing free for everyone material that helps teachers, particularly teachers in secondary schools, to teach financial education to students. And of course, the purpose is to help financial education and fostering the debate between students and their families when they discuss what they do in schools.
The project Sustainability and Impact Weighted Accounting Measurement is a project born for helping small and medium-sized enterprises in Italy to integrate the sustainability performances into their managerial decision-making processes. The problem is very simple. If you are not listed and if you are of small size, a micro corporation or a small and medium-sized corporation, usually you do not adopt any reporting based on sustainability. And this is a problem for the strategy, for the value generation of companies, and for incrementing the quality of the decisions taken by managers. So the project has the vision to becoming a center for helping these micro and small medium-sized enterprises in Italy to adopt the best methodology for publishing a sustainability report and to integrate all these measures, all this information into their managerial decision-making processes. This is also good for generating value for the stakeholder, not only for the shareholders, and at the end, for being more sustainable in the future.
The overarching tool we built to fulfill this project's objective is the website srblab.unibocconi.it. The strength of this project lies in the opportunities it provides to small and medium enterprises as well as entrepreneurs to help them navigate the intricate jungle of norms, directives, regulations, and good practices that form the legal backbone of sustainability in Europe.
Spoke 4 has particular attention also relatively to new technological developments, among which, for example, blockchain, with the idea of helping corporations and value chains themselves to efficiently use blockchain technology, which is a fairly new topic, especially for Italy, and that could really help the rate of growth of the Italian economies.
Okay, thank you. Andrea Beltratti and Gianluca Manca are here with us. Beltratti is a professor of economics at the Department of Finance of Bocconi University, rector delegated for MUSA, and of course, a coordinator of the Spoke number 4. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea, for your presentation.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. This is joint work with my colleague Alessia Bezzecchi at the SDA Bocconi School of Management. We are going to focus specifically on the financial education part. You've heard from the video that there are many different things that we do. Gianluca is going to focus more on the part of sustainable finance and relations with SMEs, whereas I'm going to mainly focus on the financial education part. This is to remind everyone, particularly people who are not in the room right now, that this is a project that is supposed to actually provide technology transfers to communities. So it is important to keep in mind the goal. The goal is not basic research, the goal is not applied research. The goal is to come up with ideas, opportunities, platforms, things that can actually have an impact and actually help communities. So what have we achieved within this part of the project? We've created this Financial Education Lab, and the mission of the Financial Education Lab is what you read over there. And the idea is to keep in mind that the financial education is a fundamental pillar of education in general. And there are many international rankings of Italian and other students in the OECD. The OECD sort of advocates the goal of measuring financial education all over the world, and there are about 20-25 countries that provide the material, and so their students actually answer basic tests in financial education, and Italy is below the average compared to other international countries. Actually, according to the OECD, if you account for the quality of Italian secondary education, which is fairly high by itself by international standards, the ranking of Italian students in terms of financial education is actually the worst, because they would be supposed to do much better based on the quality of the education that they have in maths, literature, and other subjects. So financial education is important. There are lots of international studies suggesting that a good degree of financial education is associated with, of course, better choices on the part of financial investment, but also savings behavior, which to most people is even more important than investing, because many people do not have enough assets to invest professionally. It is also associated with gender differences, which is a very important topic, and as a result, we believe that financial education is one of the best examples for technological transfers and for the creation of tools that may help society at large. The objectives of the Financial Education Lab are involving students, teachers, schools, companies, and communities, but let me spend 1 minute on this particular objective, because the others are, of course, more general, because the main intuition behind the project is in order to actually reach students, we needed to involve, and their families, we needed to involve teachers. We believe that most financial education projects in Italy have failed, or at least have not reached results that are what could be expected based on the quality of the different projects. And remember, the projects have been conducted by Bank of Italy, the Italian Securities Market Regulator, Consob, the Italian Banking Association, many individual banks and corporations, but to some extent, regardless of being active in financial education since the 1990s, I remember it was 1995, and I was cooperating with the Italian Association of Asset Managers in order to create one of the very early websites for financial education. But regardless of all these efforts, Italy still ranks among the worst performers, as we said, in the OECD ranking. Why? We believe a potential problem is we never involved teachers of secondary schools. We've had a big reform, or what was supposed to be a big reform in Italy 3 years ago. The government said we are introducing financial education as a mandatory subject in each school. Actually, nothing happened. And nothing happened because teachers feel they don't have enough tools in order to transmit the right ideas and concepts to students, okay? So this is what we try to do. We try to reach teachers first in order to then get in contact with the students and their families through a series of initiatives, okay? And this is a list of the things that we have already done and we will keep doing for the rest of the MUSA project. The e-learning platform that I'm going to describe very soon. The FEL Forum, it's a sort of conferences and interactive seminars on different topics that we've organized under the MUSA project. Special seminars are more specifically devoted to specific topics. We have a Listen to Finance series of podcasts that are very simple, very easy to understand, lasting like 7-8 minutes each on a range of topics that are of interest to most people. And we have also what we call a FEL competition that we launched a couple of weeks ago. We had one of these FEL forum with about 500 teachers that were online linked to the initiative. And we also launched the FEL competition, the idea being we are going to have schools from all over the country to interact and play play with an educational video game that we've created with the MUSA project, together with other tests and ways to sort of attract them and make it funny and interesting. Let me give you, in the last 2-3 slides, a hint of the way the learning platform works. This is how it presents itself once you actually, and there was a QR code that is helpful to go directly to the platform. This is what you get. There are 2 sections, one for the general public and one for teachers. The idea being there are a few materials for the public as a whole, but there are some specific projects for teachers. And this is what we have. We have 10 courses that are already available in the e-learning platform, and 9 other courses are coming soon, meaning by September, October, because we wanted to get ready by the beginning of the next academic year in Italy in order to allow students and teachers to work. Each course is divided into a number of learning objects. This is another distinctive property of what we do, rather than simply just putting a PPT or a document online. We try to mix. We have video presentations that are themselves divided into 3-4 different blocks in order to last maybe 3-4 minutes each, and in order not to get people bored when watching the videos. There are also intermediate tests and a final test, so that the viewer, the user, can actually verify whether the ideas have been actually understood. There is a glossary, and there is what we call a piccola biblioteca, which is references for further investigation that are linked to the different topics. What we believe is also interesting is that all these videos are pretty simple to use and are pretty funny, we believe, and easy to understand. We've had some preliminary interaction and we've had some experimentation. I was forgetting to say, this comes at the end of a long work that we've had with the teachers themselves. So at the beginning of the Musa project, we sort of organized through the Bocconi and the Musa websites and links group work with the teachers. And what was really interesting is that whereas, and let me conclude with this and sum up, whereas we thought that financial education typically involves things like saving and investment, which is the typical academic idea of what is financial education, teachers told us, actually, we would be very interested in having tools to understand what is going on in the economy. So things like demand, supply, the definition of GDP, and what it means when the economy grows, or inflation and the cost of life to us are very important. And we had not thought of creating that, but we actually did it. And another thing that they told us, and let me mention it because this could be helpful to all the different institutions that try to be effective in financial education, is teachers and students want to start from the subjects that they learn in secondary school. So it's hard, perhaps, that they think about saving and investment, but they are attracted by discussions that are associated, for example, with the history they study in school. So we have a video, for example, on the Weimar Republic and the Big Depression of the 1930s, in order to explain the root of economic and financial problems in sort of discussing the big historical events of the last century. Another thing that they told us is people are also very interested in the idea of technology and sustainability, and this is exactly the topic that will be dealt with by the next speaker, even though in a different context, having to do with firms rather than schools. So let me sum up. We hope this project which is now available, will have actually an impact and will help deliver financial education through the essential role of teachers that we hope will be interested in what we have done. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Beltratti. Thank you. Thank you very much for your very interesting speech. So we move to the next presentation, Professor Gianluca Manca, and who is an advisor for international banking institutions and at the same time a lecturer at the Executive Master in Finance at SDA Bocconi University. Thank you, Gianluca, for your speech.
Thank you. So you've heard it from the video, but I would like to share a few words as a sign of appreciation for our country host, if I may. じゃあ、ルカマンカと申します。今日はどうもありがとうございます。この会議出席することができて非常に光栄に思っております。Now, with this cyclopic effort I put in motion, I wanted to start talking about corporate strategy and financial reporting, which is what we dealt with. When we started to deal with this project, we engaged with the European Commission, and we realized the magnitude of what we were talking about. When we talk about an ecological transition, we talk about a numeric evidence and a magnitude that is unexpected, at least from our side. Think about this fact. There are 22 million registered entities in Europe, only 0.2% of which are floated in stock markets and are the primary target of all the Green Deal put in place in Europe in terms of legislation, norms, and directives. So we realized that if we wanted to ease the transition of the highest number possible of the economic tissue of our Europe, we needed to engage with the 99.8% that is composed by micro companies, small, medium enterprises. So what we did basically was a project that wants to engage them all. The purpose of this project is to transform small and medium enterprises into productive enterprises that impact on a better future. And it's very difficult, because if you're a micro entrepreneur, if you're a small enterprise, and you want to follow the architecture of the legislative package in Europe, it's very complicated, especially if you are on the value chain of the bigger companies. So what we want to do, and what we are doing right now, we're trying to facilitate the transition of the smaller entities to understand what they can do and to embed this in the corporate communication and strategy. So the vision is to be the reference center for helping the companies, exactly as we said in the video. And the mission is to partner with all the possible SMEs to let them have at least a reference point through our website and through our help, which is free, of course, for all, in order to start the transitional path they want to go through. Strategy and key activities. So what we do, we measure corporate sustainability reporting voluntary adoption. For small companies, it's not obligatory now in Europe to do anything. So what we are trying to help them do is to try and design a way for each company to be voluntarily approaching this issue and start reporting whatever they do in a way that they can do it. Because we realize that if we take in consideration what's been called in Brussels the trickle-down effect, which is basically what happens if you have a large company that is compliant to the legislation, then the large company, what will it do? It will go to the smaller company, the suppliers of goods and services, and force them to be compliant to the same legislation. But the smaller companies don't have the strength, don't have the power, don't have the resources very often. So what we're trying to do, we're trying to build, together with the Commission, together with the European institutions that mold legislations into practical guidelines, a way for each one to be facilitated to go in that direction. Then we want to measure the corporate impact of other societies, which is very difficult, but we're doing it in a very thorough way. We want to understand when a company does something that is considered to be good, what is the actual economic impact in real terms? Think about what happens, for instance, in a hospital. It's natural that if you do something good at some point, there is a positive outcome that can be accounted for in economic terms as well. And this thing is very difficult to do. So with the aid of a high network of small companies, we're trying to spot out who are the leaders and the laggards of facing this problem. We put them together and we try to make them go around the same table to talk to one another, to find out average ways that are good for everyone, so that the experience of one can be the wealth of another. Selection of partner companies is what we do on a daily basis. We try to develop this relationship because alone we cannot do much. We know that as an academy, alone we cannot do much. So we partner with the economic tissue. Diffusion of methodology and benchmarking is what we do through the website that you saw in the video. And the website is a kind of a distributor, a disseminator of good practices and news or whatever happens around the world, so that if you're a small company, you want to know what's going on, you go on our website, it's free, you just register, you step into it, and you see whatever is happening to all the companies that are similar to you. So basically, this is the QR code that leads you to the srblab.unibocconi.it, which is the website that brings together all the projects that I talked about. And what we mean to do with this website is to offer a number of things. A deep look through norms and best practices, a sustainability-related news worldwide to understand what's going on the other side of the world. We've seen right now what happens in a very differentiated areas around the globe. Some countries that were supposed to be leading now are retreating or rethinking the way sustainability patterns should be followed. Data sets on various themes, such as the application of sustainability principles. Each company does it in a different way. Each sector does it in a different way. So we're spotting out what each sector is made of in terms of communication on these particular themes. And we try and understand how to help small companies within certain sectors, how to get closer without feeling the economic burden of facing all the necessary steps to go in that direction. Business cases where we outline success factors. This is very important because if we see that a company is doing something good which is very low cost, we try and disseminate this approach to the others for free so that they can just gather around the same table and say, okay, I can do it too. There is a way that has worked already. Sectoral focuses and reviews of third-party research and papers is very important because we want to know what other academies are doing in this very same moment to see if our patterns are followed also by others. And then we also organize events to let them, all companies, meet face-to-face and talk to one another so that they can find the right solutions, not in an agora that is basically extrapolated from reality, but in real terms, in real meetings. And thank you very much. If there's any question, I'll be more than willing to answer.
Thank you, Gianluca Manca. And so we have a series of connection now. So the first one is with Chiara Locati, and who is and head of investor relations and ESGs and investor relations officer for the Nora Group. And Chiara Locati is connected with us. Thank you very much, Dr. Locati, and leave room for your speech.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting the Nora to this very interesting event. I will try to give you an overview on the Nora sustainability commitment. Let me tell you, just as an introduction, that De Nora is a worldwide leader in the electro technologies and in the water treatment solutions, with a very well balanced presence across 3 different continents, including Asia, and in particular in Japan, where we have 2 very important facilities in Fujisawa and Okayama. We launched our sustainability plan and journey in December 2023, following several months of work dedicated at understanding and defining the level of ambition in sustainability that the group wanted to have, with the aim to create sustainable value for all our stakeholders and across our value chain. As you can see in the slide, De Nora defines itself as sustainable by nature or by DNA. This is because De Nora is a group with over 100 years of history rooted in the research and development of technologies that always have been designed primarily to meet the needs of the markets and of customers. However, over the time, our customer needs have naturally aligned with key sustainability topics, principles, even if originally driven by economic motivation. These principles, these topics are energy efficiency, product durability, resource savings. I have in my mind, for instance, noble metals, and all the technologies related to water and wastewater treatment. Our ambition, the De Nora ambition, as a leader in the key industrial segment in which De Nora operates, is also play a leading role, a championship role in specific sustainability area which are related to our business model, and particularly we have in our targets green innovation and circular economy. In this slide, you can find the four basic pillars of our sustainability strategy. The first pillar is green innovation. This pillar focuses on the continuous development of technologies capable of reducing the environmental impact of our solution and those of our clients, while, of course, maintaining the technical performance of our products. The second pillar you can see is climate action and circular economy. This pillar is dedicated to the reduction and the improvement of environmental impact of our facilities and plant, and also is dedicated to supporting the development of circular production models. We then have a pillar focused on the development, inclusion, and well-being of our people. And finally, the fourth pillar is aimed at building a sustainable value chain across the world and supporting local community in which the group operates. All these pillars, let me say, are very well orchestrated by a solid governance framework aligned with best international standards. De Nora, through its product and its operation, is committed to contribute to the SDGs goals, and in particular, we have selected 10 goals you can see displayed in this slide. In this slide, you can also see the main external recognition we received for our ESG activities. And let me say that we are particularly satisfied about the validation we obtained this year by the Science-Based Target Initiatives for our climate target, which is something very important, and it's something that's really underlined the commitment, the serious commitment of the company for the environment. Let's now very quickly have a look at the main targets and initiatives we have in our plan. Let's start with our green innovation pillars. In 2024, we launched and carried out two very important initiatives. The first was to introduce circular design guidelines within our R&D processes. These are guidelines aimed at innovating our products also from the perspective of environmental sustainability and circularity. Based on these guidance that today are embedded in our R&D activities, we then start developing the ESG or sustainability product scorecard. These are identity cards that assess the climate and environmental impact of our technologies. This scorecard will be disclosed to our stakeholders, especially customers that are interested in that, and use it as tools also to continuously improve the efficiency, also in terms of sustainability of our offerings. Our goal is to be able to evaluate, to assess all our products by the end of 2027, starting this year in 2025 with the newest product we have. We also aim to increase the disclosure regarding the impact of our revenues and R&D spending on the SDGs. In 2024, 98% of R&D expenses, 27% of revenues, and 9% of orders were related to projects able to contribute to SDGs, particularly linked to climate action, circular economy, and water treatment. Moving to climate action, our main target is to reduce our emission by 2030 in line with the Paris Agreement. We target a 50% reduction in Scope 1 and Scope 2 emission and a 52% reduction in Scope 3 emission intensity. We also aim to use 100% renewable energy by 2030. To achieve these goals, we have to implement decarbonization plans for all our facility worldwide, and this process is already underway. We are already working on that, and we are also working at the installation of photovoltaic system facilities at our plant to produce directly renewable energy for our production processes. Today, we have a total installed capacity of about 4 gigawatt hours worldwide in different plants in Brazil, Germany, Italy, US. Let's now have a look to our circular economy pillar. Here, in addition to the continuous development of circular models in our production processes, we also have 2 quantitative goals related to noble metal. You know, noble metal are limited, expensive, and highly emissive during their refining processes. This is why we want to reduce the noble metal use, I mean intensity, in our products by 4% by 2026, and we target to use at least 5% of recycled noble metals, always in our products, in our technology, by 2030. Now, moving to people. In 2024, we approved and adopted our first diversity, equity, and inclusion policy, and we updated our parental leave policy to include in this kind of support all types of couples, including same-sex and single parents. We are also going to launch initiatives focused on physical and mental health and safety, of course, of our employees. For what concerns supply chain, we aim to progressively increase the percentage of suppliers assessed in terms of sustainability, and we want to be able to engage all our critical and relevant suppliers. In 2025, in particular, we plan to conduct 2 pilot audits on critical suppliers. Finally, as regarding governance, we have specific goals focused on employee training in human rights policies and regulatory compliance. But the thing I would like to underline in this moment is that in terms of governance, 20% of our CEOs' variable compensation and at least 10% of our executives manager are tied on ESG goals and tied on the execution of our sustainability plan. This aligns the management goals with those of the company and those of our stakeholder, of course. I would like to emphasize that the plan we have is really ambitious, both in terms of number and complexity of activities involved. We are speaking about 48, 50 initiatives, a lot. But execution is not something in the responsibility of the Sustainability Office. We have a very strong and well-balanced governance, which enable teamwork thanks to the structure of our ESG Accelerator Lab, which currently includes a permanent team of 6-7 people across different functions: finance, R&D, procurement, operation, HR, legal. And in addition, we can rely on 24 focal points across central offices and plants, and 13 stream leaders responsible for specific areas of the plan. This means that the commitment to sustainability is shared across all levels and all functions of the company. Finally, in this slide, you can find the main 2024 achievement, but instead of describing them, I prefer to offer you a very short video that I asked to be launched. So thank you very much. Thank you very much again for inviting Denora and me, of course. Our journey continues with unwavering enthusiasm and commitment, driven by the ambition to create sustainable value across the entire value chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Locati. So we have now another and a speech coming from the Nora company, and Dr. Davide Rovelli, and is connected.
Yeah, can you
yes,
see my
okay.
screen?
Yes, Davide Rovelli is a researcher and a consultant in life cycle assessment and the greenhouse gas and the sustainability performance at the Nora company. Dr. Rovelli, thanks for your presence remotely, and you can start your speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, first of all, thank you also for providing us the occasion to share our commitment and in detail provide you with more information on how we assess product sustainability. After Chiara's introduction, today I will focus more on the insights of my work and specifically how De Nora aims to contribute to the development of solutions with a reduced environmental impact and how we, as a Green Innovation Function, are promoting this vision within our organization. In particular, Green Innovation is the stream leader for ESG in the R&D function. So basically, it is very focused on driving the journey towards product sustainability. This journey has already reached significant milestones. As you can see in the left part of this slide, we highlighted 3 of our main milestones that we reached in 2024. So firstly, going from the top to the bottom, we want to point out that these achievements did not arise out of nowhere. As early as 2023, we initiated a series of analyses that eventually led to the creation of an internal procedure for conducting life cycle assessment studies. And for those who are not familiar, life cycle assessment is the quantitative and standardized methodology. It is standardized by the ISO standards that is used to calculate the environmental impact of the products. And an example of this kind of results provided by this methodology is the carbon footprint of the product, which represents the sum of all greenhouse gases associated to a specific product. So why should we establish a company-wide procedure for carrying out these studies? Because these kind of studies actually involve various company functions. We range from procurement for the selection of materials. We go to the operations for actual energy and material consumptions in our plants. Then we go to R&D for product specifications, and so on. So creating a unified approach is essential for the successful execution of an LCA study. And indeed, the second bullet point that you can see here is one of the results of our internal procedure, because last year we went through the first audit of the carbon footprint of our products. We successfully finished the audits, and now we are even moving beyond towards the development of an automated calculator for the carbon footprints of our products. And this will help us inform our customers on the sustainability performance of our products and let them also carry on their own calculations on Scope 3 emissions. So for the accounting of their own greenhouse gases development. So additionally, another third point, which is here in this slide, is the creation, as anticipated by Chiara, of our circular design guidelines, which are meant to define product innovation with sustainability and circularity at their core. And you can see the main concept of these guidelines in the right part of this slide. In the outer circle of this slide, you can see the main life cycle stages. We range from material selection, then we go to manufacturing, use, and end of life. In the inner circle, you can see instead the main pillars of these guidelines, and depending on their extension, they may apply to, they may be valid, let's say, for different stages of the life cycle. But I'm going to be more specific in the next slide. What we lastly want to highlight is that this exact framework is being used to evaluate our R&D projects. This means that when a new product is being developed, we verify the actual application of this principle, and in this way we can reward the development of particularly innovative and virtuous solutions with respect to this framework. And in order to communicate and facilitate the adoption of these concepts across the whole R&D function, we set up a set of training courses for our R&D personnel. So they moved beyond their own specific work to contextualize it into a series of ESG and pillars more related to sustainability. So providing an increase in their point of view, in their width of the scope of their analysis. And now, moving on to this next slide, we can see again these 5 pillars, but in terms of quantitative indicators that we monitor for each of them. This is very linked to eventually being able to communicate or evaluate and communicate the sustainability performance of our products. So, first of all, from the top to the bottom again, we start from energy efficiency and environmental footprint reduction. In order to evaluate this, we carry out SEA studies, life cycle assessment again. So we assess the carbon footprint of our products and we emphasize improvements in energy efficiency, which are very relevant considering the type of products that De Nora manufactures. Then we also move to the detoxification pillar, and we evaluate this through the presence of hazardous substances, which is evaluated based on sector-specific restrictions and regulations. Then moving on again to critical raw materials, we evaluate the product composition instead in terms of criticality of the materials. Then we move on and we assess product longevity, durability indicators, and highlight innovations in repairability. And finally, at the end of life, we assess how much of a product can be reused. And this is linked to the external final communication of the performance of our products to customers, which is related to this, which is the template of our product scorecards that we are developing internally. The scorecard, as Chiara already anticipated, is a document containing key indicators that will provide a sustainability identity card for our products. This is just a sample version, but the main concept is that we can provide various indicators from carbon footprints to circularity measures to hazardous substances, mapping, and so on. But on the right of this template, you can see that we also can provide the positive impact derived from the use of our products. So decarbonization through our energy transition solutions, or drinking water production through our water technologies business, and so on. We can also highlight other types of initiatives more related to social, or even providing technical documents. So in summary, this is the scorecard. As Chiara already anticipated, we have the target of assessing 100% of our new products within this year, and by 2027 we have the target of assessing all of our products with this kind of template. And now we are moving on to involving marketing, business development, product managers functions towards an external communication of what we started building up on the R&D, so moving on from the conception of the product to the eventual communication and marketing. So I thank you all for, again, providing us the occasion to explain you our sustainability measures, and I hope this has been interesting to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Davide Rovelli, and in general, De Nora company, and for the presentations. So we move on to the last presentation for today. For this afternoon, Tamara Will, and who is a sustainability director at another different company, Italian company, DeLonghi company. Thank you very much, Dr. Will. I hope to pronounce correctly your surname. I don't know, in case you correct me. Okay, thank you very much for your presence, and let's start for your speech. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this invitation. And it's an honor for me to be here to represent the Longi Group during this very interesting event. I am pleased to have this opportunity to share with you our sustainability journey and our commitments for a more sustainable future. For those who may be new to us, the Longi Group is a global leader, particularly in coffee maker machines, both in professional and domestic world. But we are also an important player within the area of nutrition, air conditioning, and home appliances. With more than 3.5 billion of revenues in 2024 and 10,000 of employees, we cover more than 120 countries worldwide through our 7 iconic brands. Our natural attitude and our DNA that is characterized by innovation drove us to invest more than 300 million of euros within R&D in the last 5 years. So just a little bit of history. The company began his journey in 1974 with the first product that was an oil-filled radiators, and then we diversified our product range in 1986 with the global launch of the DeLonghi brand. That was boosted by the major sponsorship in F1. And then we launched Pinguino, our iconic product that is an air conditioner. In 2001, the company was listed at Milan Stock Exchange and entered the nutrition sector through the strategic acquisition of Kenwood and Ariete. In 2012, Brown Household joined the group, strengthening further our portfolio. And this laid the groundwork for building true market leadership. In 2020, we took over NutriBullet, a company leader in personal blender committed to health and sustainability. And in 2021, the acquisition of Eversys and La Marzocco allowed the group entering the professional coffee maker production. Our revenue is based on 52% on sales of coffee makers, 24% food preparation, 13% on care comfort, others, that means air conditioning, heater, and so on, and 10% is due to professional coffee makers. But from a kind of great performance, I would like to move toward our sense of responsibility. And I'm really happy today to have the possibility to share with you what our sustainability purpose is. So you have seen at the beginning our small video that means switch on a responsible day. It means that we believe that a small gesture, a small initiative and action, we can make a big difference. So the company has been sustainable for a long time. We started in 2011 with our first solar panel park in Italy of 1 megawatt. And then after 14 years, we have integrated our sustainability strategy within our 3-year plan. And it is based now on 3 overarching commitments that are decarbonizing our operation and value chain, in particular focus through the commitment to science-based target. Then we are focused on creating sustainable products, and then to fostering awareness among communities, employees, and consumers. So what decarbonizing means for us? I here have reported some key achievements we got in 2024. These are just some of them. But for example, waste diverted from landfill related to our plant is 97% today. And all our plants are using electricity coming from renewable sources only. And in terms of energy intensity, that is the relation between number of units produced and energy used, has been decreased of 20%. We have also all our plants certified 14001. But one important achievement we had was the recognition by Science Based Target Initiative of our targets. So now we have a binding and real commitment to decrease our CO2 emission. And as a manufacturing of small appliances, this relies also on the energy consumption of our appliances. And this is linked also to the way the external energy structure will evolve. So we have to work with all the actors of the value chain if we want to reduce our emissions. In terms of sustainable products, we have 31% of our products that have a digitalized user manual. 72% don't have expanded polystyrene. And 23% of our new products have already been developed through the eco-design approach. That is a new way of working that has been developed with the support of a university. Here we relied a lot on the contribution of the academic world. And eventually, our fully auto coffee makers and pan have a energy performance very high, that is equal to class A or above. In terms of future objectives, also here, we would like to develop all the new products through these eco-design guidelines. We would like to have soon all our products made of at least 30% of recycled plastic. And we have a pilot on one specific product in order to have reduction of CO2 on packaging specifically. In terms of fostering awareness among employees in particular, we are increasing the average training hours per employee. So 25 hours per employee on average has been done in 2024. And thanks again to the support of the academic world, that is one stakeholder we rely on a lot. In terms of sustainable behavior, we are pushing having a car fleet even more sustainable. Today, 43% of our car fleet is hybrid. In the future, we count to foster the presence of women in managerial positions. That we hope it will reach 30%. Then all our plant will be certified 45001, so with a great attention to health and safety. And we will have our first product, we will develop a new product following inclusiveness guidelines. That means that the new product will consider also the different abilities, level of abilities of our consumers. And if we look at who would be relevant who is relevant within the green transition, we believe that there are three main actors. So institution, the private sector, and consumer. And for example, Kenwood, in these last decades, produced very different version, a generation of stand mixer. These stand mixer are characterized by having the same kind of attachments despite the different models that have been developed during time. This is a kind of enabler to influence the consumer behavior in order not to send to waste attachments. So they will be able to use the same attachments and spare parts in different types of products. In the same direction, we are investing a lot on the end of life of products. So in terms also of reparability, durability, And in this case, we are very proud to share with you that we launched a specific brand, Renova, that is focused on refurbishing and regenerated of fully auto coffee makers, so coffee makers in general. And this allows consumers to think about the second life of the product and try to buy a regenerated one. But as another example I would like to share with you today is what Brown did, one of our brands. Hate waste, love imperfect. So through the usage of a simple food processor, through our communication channel, we are trying to invite consumers to use imperfect food, to educate in using also something that typically goes to waste. And with the imperfect food, being able to get beautiful dishes. So this kind of journey we are trying to do together with our consumers will bring us from a sustainable products to a sustainable experience. Because as a manufacturing company, we have a responsibility to produce sustainable product, do it in a sustainable way, but also to influence and to guide our consumers toward a responsible behavior. And consider that we are able to reach 40 million new consumers every year. So we have really the opportunity to influence, and only together from vendors, institutions, consumers, we will drive this green transition. So that's all. I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ville, from DeLonghi and company group. And with this last speech, we concluded this panel, and led by Bocconi University. Thank you very much again, Andrea Beltratti and Gianluca Manca. And we conclude also these two days, and aimed at presenting and discussing the research, the project ongoing, in order to build a sustainable university district in our different and 4 campuses in our university. I'd like to finish with a thank. I have many thanks and to say. First of all, I'd like to thank professor and researchers, lecturer, and who attended these panels, as well as the representatives of the different companies that we met today. Thank you very much again. I'd like to thank the general director of the MUSA and Dr. Vittorio Biondi. Thank you very much, Vittorio, and for your general managing. I'd like to thank the group of the representative of the different universities involved in the steering committee, and Andrea Sianesi and Emilio Faroldi from the Technical University, Polytechnical University. Thank you very much, Andrea and Emilio. And Paola Catenaccio from the University of Milan, and Andrea Beltratti from Bocconi University. Of course, Gabriella Pasi, our Vice Rector for Internationalization of the Bicocca University. And to finish, I'd like to thank again the local organizer of this Italian pavilion, and Professoressa Rossella Menegazzo. Thank you very much, Rossella. Thank you very much. And for helping us, Dottoressa Annalisa Maffei, and all the student staff involved in the organization of these 2 days. And thank you very much again. I'd like to thank also the technical team and which supported us, and Marco Leonardo and all the technical team who supported us in this organization. And we had an audience, but also more or less 100 and the people connected in streaming, so we are very proud of this result. And before to conclude, I'd like to invite Professor Salvatore Torrisi and the coordinator of the MUSA project for the final greetings and for closing this workshop and these 2 days. Thank you very much, Salvo.
Thank you. It's very late, so I don't want to take your time anymore. Just I join Matteo in all thanks everybody, technical staff, the technical staff and the organization, all the organization and colleagues who are have participated in these 2 very interesting and rich days. Sustainability from different perspectives, that is important. To me, it's very important to what we learned about our future. So there are many different dimensions, different experiments, and we started with Vittorio and the Hub. We started to think about the future of MUSA beyond say December 2025. So we will be involving you in this exercise that we will start soon by discussing what next, what beyond the PNR, the Next Generation EU program, what we'll be doing, what is to be done, and we will start by say listening to our the people in our community, in the music community, but most importantly to listen to external stakeholders or shareholders, MUSA stakeholders. So thanks again and see you soon. Arrivederci.
And to conclude, also thanks to Simone Caiello for supporting us in the organization all these 2 days, more in general. Okay, see you soon. Bye-bye.